farms, people will still be eating corn, which is why the business of farming is both humanitarian and commercial, and which is why every single person in this hall is a very important personality this morning. Shall we please put our hands together for ourselves and welcome each and every one of us to this morning's event. Today we'll be gathering under the theme this year, engaging stakeholders for a better value chain. We all know, I can't tell you about the maize industry worldwide. We all know where it stands and the importance of us increasing. And this year we're gathered together to discuss from among ourselves, rub ideas to make sure that in the next year proceeding, the maize value chain in Nigeria tremendously increases. We get much output and we are able to become a veritable source of global and local economic sustenance and improvement of the life of each and every one of us. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, my name is Reward Enakerapo. I will be the MC, the host, guiding us through this event. Because of time, we're going to move very quickly through the various sections of the event. I would just like to take a few recognitions. I have, it's not an exhaustive list. We'll be recognizing other people as the list are brought to us. The Maize Association of Nigeria, I'd like to recognize the presence of the National Coordinator, Engineer Bamidele. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. I also like to recognize the presence of the General Secretary, Mr. Tunji Ogunleye. Shall we also welcome Mr. Tunji with a round of applause? Thank you. The Treasurer, Mr. Joel Batu. Shall we also welcome him? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We have Alhaji Ilyasu, the Vice President North. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. We have Hajia Aishatu Abdullahi, the Women Leader. Thank you very much, Hajia. Without the women mobilizing, much doesn't get done across this country. So it's good to have you with us. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Northeast Zonal Coordinator, Alhaji Adamu Tukur. Shall we welcome him, sir? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I also like to welcome the Coordinator, Kebbi State, Alhaji Hassan. Shall we welcome him also with a round of applause? Thank you very much. Mr. Wale Ajani, the Zonal Coordinator, Southwest. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. I know several Wale Ajanis and all of them are quite distinguished. In fact, I think I will adopt that Wale Ajani name so that I become distinguished myself very soon. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I also have Mr. Kainde Johnson, the Managing Consultant, K&B Agromix. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us here. The representative of Unity Bank, is the representative of Unity Bank here? Okay. Good morning, sir. Please let's welcome him, Mr. Haruna Usman. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Unity Bank, one of, if not the very biggest financial player in the agribusiness industry. We also have the representative of our special guest of honor, Dr. Mrs. Abdulaziz Khadija. Is she here? It's a pleasure. Please welcome her with a resounding round of applause. It's good to have you with us, ma. Thank you very much this morning, and thank you very much. So we'll be taking several order recognitions as the event proceeds, as we confirm their attendance. We will take those recognitions. So let us begin this very morning as we begin with the welcome address and the opening of the event by the country manager, Beya. Shall we welcome Mr. Temi Tokpe Banjo to the microphone with a resounding round of applause, representing one of the world's biggest agri and biotech companies in the world, influencing lives and policy. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be standing on existing protocol. I would like to welcome every one of us to the 5th edition of the Nigeria Maize Conference. I remember when we started this conference 5 years ago with our major partner, the Maize Association of Nigeria. We thought it was a partnership that will just end in encouraging farmers to farm maize profitably. And for the past 4 editions, we have been having lectures, we have been having this conference focused on how to grow maize profitably. So the focus has always been on the farmers. But we now realized that after farming maize, you need to sell. We need to connect our farmers to the market. So on this 5th edition, we have decided to bring in all the stakeholders in the maize value chain to sit together in a conference like this and engage each other on how to link the farmers to the growers, to the off-takers. And that is why today we are declaring open the 5th Nigeria Maize Conference. I want to thank all our partners that came around for this conference. It's going to be an interesting session, and I hope at the end of the day, our objective to make Nigeria the #1 maize business country, maize growing country in Africa, and it's something achievable. Presently, we are #2 behind South Africa. Oh, we have overtaken them. So, based on the latest data by Maize Association of Nigeria, we have overtaken South Africa. That means maintaining that position will require a lot of effort, it will require a lot of engagement, it will require a lot of cooperation among farmers and the off-takers. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to declare the 5th Nigeria Maize Conference a partnership between Bayer Nigeria Limited and Maize Association of Nigeria open. I wish you happy deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please keep the round of applause going. Thank you very much, sir. Moving right on, we will go to the welcome address, and that was just a welcome address. We will now move to the chairman's speech. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome to the podium the President, Maize Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Bello Abubakar, ably represented by the National Coordinator, the very distinguished engineer Bamidele. Shall we welcome him to the podium? Excuse me, there's a little change. Hello, hello. All right, thank you very much. I'm being informed that there is another VIP who will be taking on this very, very important function this morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, representing the President of the Maize Association of Nigeria, shall we welcome to the podium the Vice President North, Alhaji Ilyasu Mwazu. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause? Thank you, very distinguished sir, as he comes for the chairman's welcome address.
It's a pleasure and a great honor for the Maize Association of Nigeria to involve in this stakeholder meeting. We in the Maize Association, we appreciate this effort. Whenever an association strives on increasing production in Nigeria, be it maize or any other crop, we really appreciate it, and we thank you for giving us this opportunity. My presence is unavoidably absent. She's out of the country for some engagement, and I have his speech here to read for us. The topic chosen was a is role of man in supporting the maize value change in Africa. The foundation of value change in maize production begin from the quality of seed. The quality of seed used determine the quantity and quality of output, plus other agronomic practices. Consequently, demand through the experts in maize breeding and high quality extension groups has contributed greatly to the increase in maize production from 7 million metric tons in 2016 to about 20 million metric tons in 2021 and 22. This has led Nigeria to overtake South Africa as the largest producers of maize in Africa. This is the statistics we have obtained from reliable source. A man influence on government policy and how it has been able to impact on value change. Before 1917, the federal government issued license for importation of maize, especially for poultry farmers. This has negatively affected the Nigerian foreign reserve, and also the policy led to negative effect on maize production. Maize farmers have little returns on their investment, and the production has declined drastically. However, the Maize Association of Nigeria took the bull by the horns and make the federal government to change the policy of granting licenses to those for this importation to encourage local production. This was done through series of advocates, press conferences. It is in the light of this that the federal government embarked on Anko Brower program, which was championed by Central Bank and other commercial banks in the nation. With man as one of the major participants in the program, the country now is maize secured and has become leading maize producer in Africa. Consequently, the country has been able to bridge the gap between production and consumption, also provide raw materials for production of various produce along the value chain. Besides the above, demand influence along the value chain on government policy has led to increase in more milling companies in the nation. It has established more fertilizer blending companies, increase in creation of job, bridge the gap between suppliers of inputs and farmers. More chemical companies evolve in manufacturing, distribution, and fine input, e.g. chemical, fertilizer, and other herbicides. And it has also changed the dynamics in rural economy because of the economic activity that is happening here. Milestone learning and challenges on the project. The project embarked by man through the CBN, which was designed successfully to increase maize production and food security in Nigeria, faces a lot of intrigue and policy directions. In view of the above subject matter, particular policy, the association had its milestone for increasing food production, requirement of more equipment, create more employment, both direct, that is on farm and off farm, bring down the high cost of maize due to ban in importation, and make it available and affordable. It's also to enable the milling industry and animal feed and other maize industry to have access to maize as it is. Having achieved those milestones, the association had also learned a lesson. As the saying goes, one continues to learn until he dies. The association has learned the modern use of drones in spraying chemical, mapping, and other technical know-how. It has also impacted on its members the technical ability to the technical know-how through its essential services channel. More importantly, that for optimal output, timelessness is important and doing is very, very, very crucial. It has never been the bed of roses in this journey. Some of the major challenges are insufficient mechanization equipment, no release of fund by management of the project, that's the Anko Brawa, security challenges like kidnapping, banditry, farmers, haters clashes, and what have you. The association want to sincerely appreciate you, Mayor, for organizing this laudable stakeholder meeting. We thank you very much for that. God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for the chairman's speech. Thank you very much, the Vice President, North Maize Association of Nigeria, for conveying the chairman's remarks to us this morning. Moving on quickly on our program, we have quite a bit to do today, so please forgive us if we don't go through much protocol and we just go through it so that we can finish all the things we have to do this morning. We move next to the next item on our agenda. It is time for our special guest of honor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is time for us to welcome the representative of the interim coordinator, the National Commodity Exchange, Elenwo Ihwa. He is ably represented by Dr. Mrs. Abduladiz Khadija. Shall we welcome her with a resounding round of applause this morning as she comes to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to stand on existing protocol. My name is Dr. Khadija Abdulaziz, and I'm the head of Quality Control, Nigeria Commodity Exchange. I'm standing in for the interim coordinator, Mr. Elenwo Ihua, who is unavoidably absent because of other exigencies. He sends his greetings and his apology. He would have loved to be here today, but he had some other very pressing issues that mandated him that I should represent him. So I'll be reading, it's a very brief report, a very brief goodwill message, and then we are here actually to share experiences and to take feedback to the office. So Nigeria Commodity Exchange is the premier exchange in Nigeria that has the mandate to trade in primary agro-commodities, to create market efficiency, ensure price discovery, while entrenching transparency and fair trade in transactions. Consequently, it aims to manage the volatility of commodity prices across season. We all agree that at harvest, prices are low. This is common knowledge. And a few months later, prices skyrocket. So it aims to manage the volatility in commodity prices across season, thereby controlling the activities of speculators. A lot of research has pointed to speculators as the culprits in this. Many people go to farm gates to buy, to speculate. They buy sometimes and wait for prices to skyrocket before they start selling. So such speculation has been the culprit. So speculators have been the culprit in most of this instability of prices that we see, volatility of prices that we see. So controlling activities of speculators that creates exploitation of farmers and processors. They exploit farmers on one side and also processors on the other side. Why? Because it's not all processors that have ability to store everything they need for the whole year. So if you don't have enough warehousing and enough warehousing management capacity to be able to manage your inventory for the whole year, then you are at the mercy of the speculators. The price can be 150 metric tons by now. In the next few weeks, it can be 200 metric tons. And because you need to continue production, you need to buy from them. So the exchange is also set up to manage these volatilities. So NCS is elated to participate in this workshop that brings stakeholders together to share experience on the maize value chain. Because maize is one of the very focal crops of the Nigerian Commodity Exchange. It's what we have 11 focal crops, but a lot of emphasis is on maize because more than 80% of maize produced goes into agro-processing, especially the poultry and the feed millers. So a lot of emphasis is on maize. So, and more than 80% of the trade on the exchange is since its inception, since it was revitalized last year, had been on maize. It's not surprising because that is where the demand lies. So, now more than 80% of maize traded is by feed agro-processors and poultry farmers, both in the small, medium, and large-scale sector of the market, who share, and most of these people share similar experiences and challenges. They share similar gains, they share similar challenges. The small scale, the medium scale, and the large scale processors all have one story or the other to sell, to tell. And most of these stories have similar linkages. Some of these common experiences are price volatility. All of them agree that at harvest, price is low. After a while, it skyrockets. And this, most of them have attributed to speculators and middlemen who store these commodities in different warehouses across the country. You'll be surprised. You still go to some warehouses, you will marvel at the bulk of the maize that are stored in some warehouses across this country. People keep on spending money to manage them. They keep on fumigating them, trying to keep insects at bay. And of course, you keep on losing money. And whatever you lost, you must plow back by trying to gain back. And the price keeps on going up. So these are some of the challenges, common challenges of both the small, medium, and large-scale processors. Other challenges are poor storage infrastructure, especially for the small processors that just have limited space to process. They don't have enough place to store. If you cannot store what you need, because from some of our field visits to some of the big agro processors like Olam, some of them have very massive warehouses. Like flour mills, they have very massive warehouses and silos where they store these grains. They go and they send agents to the market, local buying agents. They have people, aggregators who procure for them, and then they store in their warehouses so that after harvest, for the next 6-8 months after harvest, they have what they use on a continuous basis, and people keep on bringing. They use and they replace. But if you cannot, it becomes very difficult for you as a small holder or a medium holder to compete with these people. So these are some of the challenges the exchange brings to bear and wants to try to solve. Then we have market access. Market access is also a very big challenge, especially to the farmers and the farmers group. Some of them do not even know where to sell. They either don't know where to sell and at what prevailing market price to sell. So that becomes a challenge to them. They actually plow and toil, they suffer so much to produce. And at the end of the day, what goes back to them is very small because of the activities of the speculators. Somebody once said that there was a year they did a statistical computation of the cost of production, and they discovered that the cost of production of a ton of maize was very low compared to the cost of sale after like 3 or 4 months. Meanwhile, farmers are forced to sell immediately because they do not probably have other means to fall back to. They need to take care of other exigencies. So they have to sell. Sometimes farmers sell as low as less than 100,000 per metric ton. But you all agree that at the lean periods, now the price of maize on the exchange is about 220,000 per metric tons. So from less than 100,000 to more than 200,000, the margin is very wide. It means there are people between that are reaping these margins. What should have gone to the farmer is going to the middlemen. And that is what the president in his wisdom said. That was one of the reasons. He said, if we have a commodity exchange, the commodity exchange should be revitalized. Actually, the exchange had been there for several years. But he said 2 years ago that they must revitalize the commodity exchange. And he mandated the CBN. The exchange had always been a baby of the CBN. Why? Because the CBN had the lion's share in the exchange. So he mandated the CBN to take over the exchange and revitalize the exchange so that it can do what it was set up to do. And what was that? To empower farmers. The emphasis had been to empower, to make sure that farmers get reward for their labor. And then, of course, the agro-processors are able to get this raw material at reduced prices so that whatever they sell to the common man will also be moderated. How much was the price of egg before? How much was the price of chicken? But see how everything has gone up as a result of the price fluctuation in the primary raw material, which is mainly maize. And of course, soya bean. So common experiences are poor storage infrastructure, market access, high logistics and handling costs. Experience of the exchange has shown that logistics and handling costs constitute more than 20% of the cost of the commodity. If you want to transport maize from Saminaka or Taraba to Ibadan, now you are paying as much as 1.7 to 1.8 million naira. That's the least. Some are up to 2-point-something million. A truck of 30 metric tons, you are already paying 1.8 million. How do you sell it when you get, or when you produce with it? What is the cost of the output? So the high cost of logistics and handling is a great challenge that must be addressed, which means that I would appeal at this point, before I forget, workshops of this kind, of this caliber, should bring all stakeholders, including those in the logistic field. Government representative, we must be able to bring up communique that will tell the government, if you must subsidize diesel, what makes this thing to the cost of transportation to be so high? If you must subsidize diesel to unions, road transport union members that transport these commodities, because it's happening in other countries. Saudi Arabia, all these countries, they subsidize agriculture a lot. If you must subsidize this so that what gets to the end user is moderated. So we must be able to come up with such here, because if we don't address that, then we'll just be doing a lot of effort in futility. It's a whole chain, and we must address each of the chain for it to work together. Then poor quality. I'm glad that we are having more awareness amongst our farmers. Why? Because maybe we are having educated farmers. At least people who are educated are going into farming. They understand the language of quality now. Because before now, you see a lot of commodities being dried haphazardly, processed poorly, right from the field. But now, because they get some of these inputs from organized people, organized structures, some of them are NGOs, who already have their own type of extension workers. They are not only giving the farmers inputs through their cooperatives, they also provide some extension services to these farmers so that the farmers can benefit from extensions. They know how to process. They know how to do good agricultural practice. They know how to harvest. They know how to monitor moisture. They know how to try at least to prevent buildup of aflatoxins. These are the things we are talking about. So these are also some of the challenges, and we are hoping that. Then limited access to credit. Exchange is also looking at the issue of limited access to credit. Because if we have something like warehouse receipt system, whereby farmers can write on their inventory to access credit from the banks, then they are not forced to sell immediately. So these are some of the things the exchange is looking at, and then we are hoping that the outcome of this workshop would benefit also, and then we'll have a take home for our people from whatever inputs we are able to, outputs we are able to gather from this workshop to enrich the performance of the exchange for the sheer prosperity of all. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for her. For what can be best described as a masterclass, concise address on the value chain and the maize value chain. Thank you very much, Madam. That was very insightful, very well articulated. It showed a lot of practical industry knowledge and on hands. I mean, that is fantastic and I would endeavor to get the video to listen to again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of this occasion, the special guest of honor, the country coordinator, Bayer, distinguished speakers, CEOs, MDs, policymakers, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the press. At this point in time, having dispensed with the necessary cordialities, I would like to invite for the podium for the setting of the tone of the overview of the Nigerian maize value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome to the podium the managing consultant, K&B Agro-Maize, Mr. Kehinde Johnson. Shall we welcome him with a resounding round of applause as he makes his way up here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here with distinguished stakeholders in the maize value chain. And I'll be giving you an overview of the maize sector in Nigeria, which I'm sure most of you are experts, so it's just like preaching to the converted. But basically, we like to see where we are now and where we want to be. So my name is Kehinde Johnson, and the theme of the conference is very appropriate and germane to what we want to achieve. We want much more maize. And how do we engage the stakeholders in the value chain in a very sustainable manner? Okay, next slide. Okay, maize is the third most cultivated crop in Nigeria after cassava and yam. We've just been pleasantly informed by the Maize Association of Nigeria that Nigeria has overtaken South Africa as the largest producer in Africa. We need official validation of that because sources like Food Agricultural Organization, United States Development, the United States Department of Agriculture, PwC, and all the major sources of information still put Nigeria in the second position after South Africa. Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, their information is always 1 year late. So let's wait for that, and it will be a big cause for celebration if that is the case. So, from official sources, Nigeria is the second largest maize producer in Africa after South Africa, producing approximately 12.7 million metric tons of maize annually. That's 2022-2023 estimate. And we're the 10th largest producer in the world. The land cultivated is approximately around 6 million hectares. And the average national yield is just above 2 tons per hectare. And the main corn regions, we already know, you are all represented from those regions from the introduction we got this morning. They are in the Middle Belt, the Guinea Savannah Zone, and North Central of Nigeria. But the good news is that maize consumption is growing at a faster rate than production due to the crop increasing use for animal feed production, poultry, and aquaculture, to be specific. But the problem is there is low farmers' adoption of improved hybrid maize varieties. And this is something we need to discuss. Even in the face of better, improved seeds in the market, our farmers are not taking them up as they used to, as we expect them to be. And the reason is simple. The farmers prefer the normal culture of saving seeds from the harvest for the next planting season. Okay, next slide. So this is the statistics we have. Cassava, yam, in terms of production. And this is from OECD. And this is the outlook for 2019 up to 2023. And you can see, in terms of production in Africa, South Africa accounts for 13.5 million metric tons, and with a yield of 5.14, closely followed by Nigeria at 12.7 metric tons, with an average yield of 2.9 tons per hectare. But when you look at it, though Nigeria officially is second to South Africa, we have the lowest yield in Africa, just above Tanzania. We can see Ethiopia is 4.19 tons, Egypt 6.75 tons, the largest in Africa. So what is Egypt doing that we're not doing in Nigeria? We need to explore that as well. And we can see the crop area. Maize account for the largest chunk after cassava. Next slide. And this is the production outlook. The Corn Belt in Nigeria, you can see, as we said, the Middle Belt, that area stretching from Niger, Kaduna, Plateau, Taraba, Adamawa. And if you move up, you can get good maize from Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, and Zamfara. But let's keep a view on this map, because when we are talking about security challenges, this area, this zone, falls within areas where we have cases of banditry, kidnapping, and all that, which has its own effect on maize production in the country. And we have two types of maize, yellow versus white, which is 55% split. The yellow maize production will increase considerably over the white in coming years. Again, this is driven by the feed sector. And maize accounts for 65% of input in the feed processing industry. So maize is very important. Is an economic crop that its potential could overtake that of cassava in the country if we manage the resources available to us, and at the same time ensure that all stakeholders are on board. The coordinator of the commodity board said something very important. This sort of engagement must bring all the value chain players in the discussion. We need people from Ministry of Finance, Nigeria Customs Service, the freight operators, and these are that is the way we recommend we should go. Next slide. So the key drivers of maize growth in Nigeria, they are very obvious. You have a population that is increasing at the rate of 4% annually, and by 2050, which is just less than 30 years from now, Nigeria's population will exceed 400 million. And we have to think of how we are going to feed this rising population. The good news again is that GDP is growing. I can see that the GDP for 2023 is over $400 million. So that's the good news. As the GDP is growing, people will become richer. People will be changing their diet from carbohydrate to protein. And the protein we are looking at now is poultry and fishery. So you can see the poultry production amounts up to 454 billion tons of meat and 3.8 million eggs per year. And this is also going to grow at the rate of 5% every year. The annual demand for maize by the Poultry Association of Nigeria alone is 3.25 million metric tons. So there's a gap. So if we are producing something around 15 to 18 million metric tons a year, Nigeria will be self-sufficient in terms of maize demand, maize consumption, but we are still far from that. And we hope that this presentation will look at how we can get to that level. Stakeholders are very important in any industry, in any market, in any trade. And we need to start identifying who the stakeholders are. There's no point just talking to maize farmers. Maize farmers on their own are helpless because they are decision makers. They are forces, market forces, operating outside their control. At the beginning of last year, diesel was just about 350 naira per liter. Diesel today is 850, 900 naira per liter, impacting on all aspects of business operation. So, when we look at stakeholders, we need to categorize them in different sectors: government, state governments, agencies and parastatals, research bodies and universities, they are important, farmers association, civil society groups, I mean the NGOs, the international development agencies, the professional associations that are well represented here today. That's the Maize Association of Nigeria and Market Association. So I'm challenging Bayer, the next conference, Maize conference, should have at least 1 or 2 representatives from each stakeholder groups in attendance. So these are people that will have to be engaged in details: the government, the farmers, seed companies, input suppliers, the aggregators, processors, agro dealers. We talked about freight, which Ajia mentioned. To move maize from Saminaka to Ibadan, you'll be spending close to 2 million naira. That means the freight operator is taking at least the value of about 5 tons from 30 tons is transporting. That's too high in any economy. Let us see how we can get the rail, engage with the rail operators. A lot is happening now with rail transportation development. We need to sit down with them and discuss how we can get our maize moved from one location in the north to the south and to the east. That is the way for sustainability. We've got to also engage with NNPC, although the government is removing subsidy at this point. But all over the world, United Kingdom, United States, that I know of their operation, the rate or the price that petroleum product is sold to agricultural companies and producers is subsidized. You cannot just drive your car into that sort of designated stations and buy. No, it's only meant for truckers. It's meant for people moving agricultural commodity. So we need to engage the NNPC. It's now a private company. We need to share with them our projection and the value to the GDP, and for us to enjoy some concessions as they remove the subsidy. And this is the map of the maize value chain, maize value chain. You can see from input supply to primary production, to primary trade distribution, primary, secondary, and processing, up to the consumer. And each and every one of them, they are critical to the survival of the sector, the maize sector. Next slide. So what are the objectives of stakeholder engagement? Yeah, it's always good to talk, to meet, but you must have an objective. The main objective is to boost maize production by developing a sustainable and comprehensive roadmap. We need to know where we want to be by the year 2030. Yeah, we should not be just organizing or doing business on an ad hoc annual basis. We need to prepare a roadmap and get it to the key decision makers and to the media. We need to ensure the survival of the poultry industry. I'm close to the poultry industry, and I can tell you that poultry industry today is suffering. Many farms are closing down. And once that starts happening, the next in the value chain will be the processors, the feed millers. Then where will maize be? Because maize, 65% of it, is used for poultry feed. So we need to ensure it is our collective interest or mutual interest to work with the poultry sector and make sure that they survive. We need to identify the constraints, the processing and marketing constraints we are facing. Adi has talked about that. We'll talk about it later in the course of this workshop. We need to forge strategic stakeholder partnerships. It's just not enough the seed producer talking to the farmers. That partnership should be across in terms of looking at who affects your business directly or indirectly and sitting down with them and developing plans and strategies to ensure their business survives. When I was leading a seed company in the country some years back, we sat down with the processors, we discussed with the main poultry companies in Nigeria. We also discussed with the breweries. So basically, seed companies should move away from their comfort zone and look at the critical sectors, the manufacturing operations that they will now be able to plan with them. I remember in those days, we'll talk with Amobin, Dr. Oduto, and he tells me that, look, for my business, I need 400,000 tons of maize grains every year. That is my own business. So anybody that can work with me to deliver this volume, I'm ready to partner with that organization. Then we look at how do we explore new sources of funding and investment. This high capital intensive business, we need to make sure, and CBN, the banks, they've done a lot in this area, but we need to make sure that we look at new areas. For example, I was listening to the news just a few days ago, and the amount of diaspora remittances into Nigeria every year runs to billions of dollars. That is a market or a source of funding that has not been developed to allow maximization of the industry. Okay, let's quickly move on. Next slide. So, the engagement strategies, I've explained them. It's all about periodic high-level government engagements on policy and regulatory direction. Don't wait until you have crisis before you go to NASC or Ministry of Agriculture or Customs. Take them along as you are doing your business planning. And you see other, and again, I commend Bayer for having this event on an annual basis, but it should be more inclusive, bringing more stakeholders in the discussion. Next slide. So, let's collectively agree on a 2030 action plan. And what are the outcomes that we want from this action plan? We want Nigeria to be the largest maize producer of Africa in sub-Saharan Africa and the 5th largest in the world. We want Nigeria to be a major exporter of maize grains like Ukraine. We have lost a big opportunity with the crisis in Ukraine. If we had developed our maize production up to a level, we should be making hundreds of billions of dollars today, but hope is not lost. We should be a major exporter by 2027. Maize should become the key agricultural crop to substitute our reliance on crude oil. We must also think about food security. We must support inflow of local and foreign investments in the sector. And we have to improve our infrastructure, the security, the state of our roads. All those come into the infrastructural support. And we need less government control and intervention, because it's good to restrict importation, but at the same time, it distorts the market. The issues that should have been driven by demand and supply is now by government fiat, which in most cases we know they don't work in the long term. Next slide. So this is our action plan. Let's move from 2.7 tons per hectare to 6 tons. Let's increase the area we are cultivating now from 6 million to 8 million. And this will translate to about 48 million tons of maize by 2030. And the addition to the GDP is about $11.6 billion. And that's huge. Finally, next slide. We need new thinking and new approaches by stakeholders to realize Nigeria's industrial maize revolution. There's a compelling business case. This product is in high demand, but the supply is limited. We need to partner one another to unlock these potentials and benefits for greater economic transformation. And finally, I think Bayer Nigeria deserves our special commendation for its annual sponsorship of the maize conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Please put the round of applause going for that very well-informed, very well-articulated reality check. Thank you very much, sir, for your presentation. We appreciate it a lot. You mentioned quite a few things that are very pertinent. Don't wait until you have crisis to ensure that you carry all relevant agencies and stakeholders along. Survival of the poultry industry is critical for the maize value chain, logistics subsidization, less government control, and the end game of 4.8 increasing production outputs to 4.8 trillion metric tons and a total revenue of 11.6 billion by 2030. Do we think this is realistic and achievable? If we do, please another round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. All right, I'll have a few recognitions to make. I'm Mr. Kenneth from GGRL Agro Limited. Is he here, please? Please just write or wave your hand for recognition. Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Mr. Kevin Marks as well is here, also from the same company. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to have you with us. Let's welcome them. This is a strong brotherhood. Also, the Vice President, Olam Nigeria Limited, Mustafa Topper. Shall we welcome him? Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure to have you. A pleasure. And Amit Mehor. Shall we also welcome Amit? It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much for coming. All right, having listened to the last presenter, it is very clear that maize is big business, and big business requires big money. So let's move on and begin to talk about the financial side of things. Shall we welcome to the podium to speak on agri-financing and policies, representative of the head of agribusiness of Unity Bank. She is Mrs. Patricia. She's ably represented by Mr. Haruna Usman Magui. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he comes for his presentation.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I stand on the existing protocol. My name is Haruna Usman Malgui from Agribusiness Unity Bank. Unity Bank, as you all know, is in the forefront of agri financing in Nigeria. And background of Unity Bank was formed in 2006 about 9 entities, corporate entities with specialities in commercial banking, merchant banking, and retail banking came to form Unity Bank. And the journey has been so rosy. In 2007, we participated in the Anchor Bora program, where we financed the production of wheat in Jigawa State, and in Sokoto State, we financed the production of rice. And it was so evolving. In 2009, Maize Association of Nigeria, we entered into partnership to finance their smallholder farmers. This journey has been so successful. I have been directed to speak on financing, agricultural financing and policy. As a finance person, we talk very little. We say little, and then we engage you more from the back of the transactions. So in essence, we have two financing windows. The intervention window, and then the intervention window, which comes through the Central Bank of Nigeria. It has its own special features. It comes with 9% interest rate, and the tenure depends on the gestation period of the crop. And equally, the repayment mode is mostly at the end of the production, whereby the ABP is a CBN-funded program, whereby Commodity Association comes into be to partner with commercial banks. And in the intervention programs, we have products like Commercial Agri-Credit Scheme, we have the Paddy Aggregation Scheme, and then we have the Maize Aggregation Scheme. But in this aspect of the Maize Aggregation Scheme, we have not played much role, because it basically deals with processors in the maize value chain. They have not, we have marketed some of them, but I think maybe the condition, they could not be able to meet up. Then we have the 100 for 100. It's also a CBN initiative in funding the millers and agro processors, mostly from the bankers committee through the differentiated cash reserve ratio. Most of the funds that the banks normally keep with the central bank, central bank deem it fit to advise the banks that these idle funds, you can be equally lending it to an enterprise that can be able to generate employment, reduce our foreign exchange demand, and equally boost the local economy of the country. Having talked on the CBN intervention program, we look at the other source of funding whereby the bank lend from its balance sheet. This funding comes at a cost, because mostly commercial banks, every year we render our returns, and this funding needs to be revolved year round. And the interest rate is so shocking, particularly if you are venturing into a commercial production, or even if you are going into manufacture. Mostly it goes into 20 up to 30%. But the good thing is that through the initiative of the central bank, Nigerian RICS incentive-based lending for agricultural lending, that's the NASAL, come into be to facilitate and give banks a little comfort in terms of lending from their balance sheet. Basically, NASAL, they have 5 pillars, which is credit risk guarantee. If banks lend from their shareholders' fund, after meeting all the necessary conditions and the approval is obtained, we now approach NASAL to give us credit guarantee. It comes at a cost of 1% of the face value of the loan. If the loan is 10 million naira, NASAL charges a fee of 1% of that, so that NASA can give a guarantee. This guarantee gives the banks the confidence that they can be able to lend. In the event of eventualities, the bank can now call the guarantee, whereby NASA can now pay. It depends on the production segment, whereby for primary production, the guarantee is up to 75% of the repayment. All what the bank needs to do is to cover the 25%, assess the NASA guarantee at 75%. So by the time you assess the NASA guarantee, in the event of eventuality, which we know primary production is undented with risks, you can now call on the guarantee, and equally, if you call on your 25%, you are secured. Your shareholders will not prosecute you for creating NPL. So basically, these are the two funding sources for agricultural financing in Nigeria. And then we look at the track record of what we have financed through the Maize Association of Nigeria. I know that Bayer has been a credible input supplier in this value chain, and their product is of international standard. So to attest to that, we've been with them since 2019. We have financed over 50,000 hectares in 2019 with Maize Association of Nigeria. In 2020, we have availed them close to 15 billion naira, and they have cultivated over 75,000 hectares. In 2021, they reached a peak of about close to 34 billion naira, and they have the enrollment of their farmers have continued to increase to about 100,000 farmers in that production. So basically, these are the funding windows, and we are much available for discussion on any agri-related transactions with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together, him, for those very wonderful start. Now, because it's an issue of finance is very practical. We have a very short 5 minutes window for questions. And those who have any questions you would want to ask the Unity Bank person, don't go home and say, these bank people, we can never talk to them. They're always far. The bank is here. It's time to ask the questions that you would need to ask. I think, let me check the other microphone. Make sure it's ready. Hello. 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 1, 2, hello, 1, 2. Okay, so the microphone is also ready, so you can take this one for anyone. But I have a question here that was already sent in. Someone said to ask you, what are your biggest challenges playing in the maize value chain space? The biggest challenges you found?
The biggest challenge in the maize value chain is the primary production, whereby the smallholder farmers, they are doing their best, but their best is not enough for the country. We need to get big players. We need to get big entities that can go on from end to end to do mechanization, from planting up to harvesting. This is when we are going to get it right in the maize value chain. And by the time we have hundreds of commercial maize farmers in Nigeria, I think we are going to surpass our expectation in the maize production and equally feed the rest of our sub-African country and even export the product. So basically, primary production aspect needs to be holistically overhauled and then look at it. Mayor is playing the big role in input supply. By the time we get other players like the mechanization aspect, whereby we have one farmer can be able to produce, can be able to cultivate 10 hectares, 50 hectares, 100 hectares, we are good to go. We are good to go as a nation.
I still have one more question in that regard as well. Someone is asking, how would you to critically evaluate the quality of your interventions in terms of impact, return on investment, and improvement of practices and all?
Yeah, the intervention has its own merit and demerit equally. In the sense that for the first time in the history of Nigeria, the smallholder farmers can approach his association and then assess, once he meet up the basic eligibility criteria of the association, can be able to assess funding without writing application or visiting a bank. These funds is made available to him in form of input for him to do the cultivation. The impact of the ABP program, yes, we've done like 4 cycles. No doubt there are challenges. Challenges in the sense of the corporate governance of most of the associations. And then the farmers too, they need proper enlightenment because they see this program as their own share of cake. So the association needs to do a lot of enlightenment on the program and to look at it holistically as a business, not as a normal, like you see the politicians will come in after 4 years and then go. But if the farmer look at it from the business perspective, the sky is going to be his limit, and then his production is going to increase significantly from the mere average of 4.5 to like 8 metric tons per hectare. That's what we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We have one more question from online that was sent in. It said, how can we obtain finances from NISAL via OBL? BL. Can we get just how can we obtain finances from NISAL via OBL? Can we find out what the person means by OBL?
NASAL is a non-banking financial institution. You have to come through a commercial bank or through a microfinance bank in order to access funding. What NASAL does is to facilitate agribusiness related transactions by placing their CRG and IDP. IDP stands for interest drawback. Because of the interest rate the bank charges 25% or above that, the IDP is an incentive given to the farmer that after repayment, after consecutive repayment, he is going to enjoy the interest drawback. If the bank is charging 25%, NASAL now can give him a leeway of about 15% of that funds given back to him on monthly basis as he is repaying that loan, so that it cushions the impact of the interest rate the commercial banks is charging the customer.
If there's no other question, is there any other question? Okay, if there's no other question, then I think, okay. All right, if there's no other question, thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very interesting session we've just had, and we're going to be moving on to the next session. And if you move on your program, that will be item number 8. Our second speaker for the day, aggregation in the maize value chain, the Babangona experience. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to announce, are we ready? Okay. I'd like to recognize the presence of the CEO, the MD, Hybrid Feeds, and the CEO, Hybrid Gains Kaduna, Dr. Leah Aleinde. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause, Dr. Leah? Thank you very much. Also, the MD, His Grace Benefit, the MD, His Grace Benefit. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to have you. Thank you very much indeed. Well, welcome. So we'll just give a few minutes for our online participants to join our online speaker, who is going to be speaking this morning on a very essential topic. As we know, he runs one of the biggest social enterprises and one of the most successful social enterprises in Nigeria, and it's the impact of that enterprise has been celebrated globally. And in a few moments, we will be drawing on his experience to find out what it's like the aggregating in the maize value chain, the Babangona experience. So in a few minutes, we'll take that. While that is being done, please remember that as the presentation is going on, you have opportunity to ask your questions afterwards. So just write your questions down. We just have very limited time, so we can take only a few questions. We will take the first questions as they come, and then we'll move on with that. After that, we go on to the third speaker of the morning, which will talk about government efforts in achieving hybridization in Nigeria, the role of the National Agricultural Seed Council, and that will be taken by a very distinguished personality here. And again, like we said, after that, you put your questions down. We'll take your questions and your answer, and then we will move forward with that. After that, we will have the tea break, and then we will come back for the panel sessions in the afternoon. That is from about 12 o'clock or so, 12:15. We should begin that session and eventually run through. Okay, so in a minute, we will be up for the next presentation. Technology is very interesting. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome to the screen, joining us online for his presentation, the Executive Director, Babangona, Mr. Kola Marshall. Welcome him with a round of applause as we take his presentation. It's good to have you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, and apologies for the technical challenges. Wonderful. Well, welcome everyone. I hope you've had a productive session so far. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'll begin by providing a journey of our work here at Babangona and how we envision the path for the future, and we'll leave adequate time for questions and answers from the participants. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes.
Wonderful. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Kola Marshall. I'm the managing director and founder of Babangona. So Babangona, which means great farm in Hausa, we make small farmers richer. We do this because we want to ensure that poverty and violence does not disrupt the future of Nigeria and Africa. Now, over the last decade, we have built a very advanced technology platform that has enabled hundreds of thousands of smallholder farmers in Nigeria to be able to achieve net incomes that are more than 2 times the national average, enabling them and their families to dramatically improve the quality of their lives. We've done this by focusing on 4 key aspects of our technology platform. The first is our EduTech platform. Through our educational technology platform, we've been able to provide very advanced training to not just hundreds of thousands of small farmers, but more importantly, but equally as importantly, I should say, the team members, field officers that go out and support these farmers every single day. And been able to do this by leveraging some of the best techniques to ensure adequate retention of knowledge and implementation of that knowledge. The second aspect of our technology platform is what we call our logistics platform. And so with the logistics platform, I think oftentimes folks underestimate the challenges associated with running very large agricultural operations and supporting hundreds of thousands of farmers. I think if we look at Babangona, we've actually been able to scale where we have become the single largest corn producing entity in Africa, supporting in a single year, growing about 170,000 acres of corn, and being able to support 100,000 farmers to dramatically improve their profitability and productivity. Now, to accomplish this is a significant logistics effort. As part of the work that we do, we have to run very complex supply chains. In a typical year, we're moving, tens of thousands of metric tons of grains and inputs to well over 100,000 discrete farms all across the country. And managing that logistics network in a very effective and efficient manner can be quite complex. The third part of our technology platform is what we call our AgriTech platform. So the AgriTech platform is where we're able to use very advanced technology. Today, we actually, as an organization, have the single largest team of software engineers dedicated to smallholder farmers on the continent. And that team has been able to develop very advanced solutions, including machine learning and AI algorithms that have enabled us to develop very advanced solutions that can very quickly determine the challenges that a farmer has on their farm and be able to not just identify the problem, but rapidly recommend solutions to those problems. The fourth part of our technology platform is our fintech platform. So through our fintech platform, we've been able to scale to become the single largest direct lender to smallholder farmers across the country and enable them to be able to receive financing in a very efficient manner and be able to implement advanced technologies such as psychometric testing and many other approaches to be able to effectively screen and manage risks associated with supporting smallholder farmers. This enabled us to become one of the first, if not the first, organization dedicated to smallholder farmers to receive an investment-grade credit rating, to have the opportunity to raise capital at relatively low interest rates from the capital markets. Now, clearly, we have not done this alone. We've been exceptionally fortunate. We've had really an exceptional group of partners on this journey. One of our very early partners was the Gates Foundation that supported us, in addition to the German government as well as the Nigerian government and many other partners. We've, I think as a group, we see really our role as helping to build prosperous communities. Communities with incredible farmers like Grace. Grace is a Babangona member who, unfortunately, very early in her life was widowed, and 4 children to really make ends meet on a day-to-day basis. I remember chatting with Grace not too long ago and sharing with me when she received her first payment as a Babanguna member, how she was holding more money in her hand than she had at any point in her. And what just absolutely blew my mind was how the very first decision that Grace made to utilize that money was to go out and pay it forward and actually adopt another child. And so I think it's the stories of incredible farmers like Grace that inspire us to really double down on our efforts at Babanguna with a vision to now support 100 million farmers, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa by 2035. And we're very confident that with our partners, we'll be able to accelerate our journey and be able to accomplish that. So I think at this juncture, I will pause and take any questions from the audience.
So questions at this point in time? Hello. Okay, the mic's on. So if anyone has any questions, excuse me. Any questions, please, we will take them now. My interest, while we're waiting for others to ask a few questions as I've been listening, my interest has been, if you could tell us a bit about one of the greatest challenges that we have in the value chain is all year round availability of produce. What's been Babanguna's experience and impact in that area, availability of produce, being able to ensure that at any time of the year we're able to meet demand so the prices do not fluctuate because of in and out of season? Thank you. All right, your microphone is muted if you don't. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you very much. Excellent question. There are really two parts to that. And I think the first piece is really around ensuring that as a country, we dramatically increase productivity. The unfortunate reality is that today, Nigeria has productivity levels in maize that are half of equivalent of similar developing nations. If you look at Brazil, Southeast Asia, so on and so forth. And I think at the end of the day, with our work at Babanguna, we've been very focused on dramatically improving, attacking really the root cause of why farmers struggle to get those high levels of productivity by ensuring that we're able to unlock the capital that they need to buy the quantity and quality of inputs, ensuring that they have the knowledge on how to use those inputs effectively, and ensuring that they have access to the markets that are able to ensure that they're able to get a good return on investment for that. Now, by doing that, we've been able to consistently over the last decade ensure that farmers are able to achieve yields that are more than double the national average. And so with many farmers actually achieving 3-4 times the national average. And so that's the first piece around ensuring availability. Now, the second piece around ensuring availability really comes in investment in irrigation, right? I think at the end of the day, Nigeria is blessed with a tremendous amount of water resources, right? We've got about 270 billion cubic meters of underground water reserves. We've got 3 of the 8 major river systems in Africa. However, we have yet been able to fully capitalize on these resources. Now, the reality, though, is that these investments are not cheap. They are, if you look at anywhere in the world, they're typically these types of investments in water resources, dams, et cetera, are usually carried out by government because they tend to be difficult to finance via the private sector. However, there are countless examples of models that have worked quite effectively, and if we're able to accomplish that, that's really what's going to enable that all year round production and enable farmers to overnight double their incomes.
All right, thank you very much. We have another question from an online person, and he says, how do you handle the tech challenges of lack of Wi-Fi in farmlands and low smartphone penetration with farmers? Thank you.
So smartphone, so let's talk about phone penetration. So phone penetration, thankfully, has gone up quite significantly. I think I think when we started down this journey in 2010, we probably were sitting at 10, 15% of farmers that had phones. So it's not talking about smartphones. Now we are actually gotten close to 100%, not quite there yet. We're probably sitting around 85, from our data, about 85, 90% of farmers have phones. The unfortunate reality is that the segment that actually has the lowest penetration in terms of phones today are young women. So farmers females under the age of 25. Now, if we look at smartphone penetration, I think as a country, smartphone penetration is about 50%. But in Nigeria, within the farmer data set that we have, it's closer to about 20%. So we still have a ways to go. However, the reality is that what we're seeing is that the quality and cost of smartphones are dropping quite significantly. So you're able to get a reasonably decent phone under roughly about $100 today that I think will enable access. Now, I think the way that we've had to do it is hands down, we've had to supply those phones. We imported thousands of phones into Nigeria and actually provide them as part of our package to a subset of our members to ensure that they have access to that. Now, on the question of data availability, this is a unique challenge. I think when I have conversations with our technology team, I often highlight similar examples to when NASA was developing technology for space in the 60s as they were going to the moon. If you look at developing technology in remote rural communities, it has three unique challenges that a normal developer doesn't have to worry about. One, you have to develop solutions that A, work offline, B, have that ability to not only work offline, but have that ability to consistently sync with multiple parties especially when you're dealing with running transactions where multiple people in rural communities, that data has to interact with each other. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. Two, because of the cost constraints, you have to actually make these solutions work on very low-end smartphones. So being able to optimize for the fact that you have a 2 gig RAM versus a 8 gig RAM phone can be quite challenging. And then on top of that, you're now developing solutions for a customer base that this is probably their first smartphone application that they've used. So you have to look back on how technology, the early apps, right? If you go back to 2007, 2008, and think about how those applications were much simpler, but designed specifically for those early users. So it's not an easy problem, but thankfully I think we're blessed in Nigeria to have an exceptionally talented cadre of software engineers, product managers to address these problems.
All right. So we have a couple of questions. One is a couple more questions. Can farmers in western part of Nigeria benefit from your service? If yes, how? This is from Bolaji. He's asking from Southwest.
So the short answer to the question is definitely. I think we are actively every day working to see how we can enable our solutions to be even more geographically scalable. We have been working very extensively in mostly northern Nigeria. We do have operations in 12 states across the country. So we actually do have some operations in the Southwest, some operations in the South, Southeast, etc. However, we've just been we've been at this for a long time, and we were primarily in northern Nigeria for extensive amount of that time. So that's where our biggest presence is. But we are actively working to see how we can support farmers across this great country.
All right, thank you very much. One more question. This is from Faisal Ibrahim Shawal. Thank you for your presentation. Is Babangana Edu platform open to all people, or is it restricted to members or staff?
So currently, right now, it's integrated into the solutions that we provide to our members. It's not something particularly that is available outside. It's basically integrated into the applications that our members use. It's a very good point, and it's something that I think I can take back to the team and see how we might be able to explore that in the future.
All right, I have this. This is from Cesar. Why do you give out Summer 215 as a seed tenure besides the very many hybrid seeds available? Shehu Mohammed.
So, Shehu, very excellent question. I think at the end of the day, we are continuously running trials with different seed varieties to ensure that we can provide the farmers the best return on investment. I think one of the key things that we are constantly looking at is, if there is a new product that can provide a boost in yield that will justify the increased investment and cost, that is something that is we're 100% open to. I think one of the other constraints that we have found sometimes is that not all the time, but sometimes you find that the supply chain for certain products can be a little bit challenging, right? Ensuring that you're able to consistently get a quality product at the volume that you need, right? When you're farming 170,000 acres of corn, requires very, very large volume of product, and we want to ensure that we can consistently get that quality and consistent supply. So we're not against utilizing these improved technologies. We are continuously assessing them, and we have actually in the past used at relatively large scale some hybrid seeds where appropriate.
All right, thank you for that question, Shehu Mohammed. Thank you very much. And this is the last question we're going to be able to take because of time. How have you been able to incorporate machine learning and AI in your process?
I think, in terms of machine learning and AI, we're probably definitely in the agriculture space in Africa, we're at the leading edge. We do very, very advanced work. I'll just give you an example. We have models that we've trained with over 2 million images that enable us to very readily be able to predict multiple challenges that smallholder farmers can face. And so I think it's still early days, but we've been quite pleased with how predictive some of these models that we've developed have been. And it's really, we've only scratched the surface on what's possible.
All right, thank you very much. I think those are answer all the questions we can take for now. What time is it where you are, by the way?
I'm in Nigeria. So.
Oh, you're in Nigeria. Okay. Thank you very much. I was told you were joining us from the US. All right, that's great. All right, it's good to have you with us. Thank you once again for your presentation. Please, a round of applause as we move on.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
All right. Any last words off the cuff?
Well, I really, at the end of the day, we're blessed as Nigeria. I think at the end of the day, I'm very convinced that Nigeria will be the next Brazil. We are blessed to have, incredible assets. We have 84 million hectares of arable land. We have access to tremendous amounts of water resources. We have access to a burgeoning and incredible workforce of 120 million people just between the ages of 18 and 45. And most importantly, what makes a great export nation is a large internal market that can basically that we can build up a huge supply chain to serve, and then very rapidly become a major exporter. So I'm very convinced that we will get there in short order.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure having you. We'll look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you. Take care now.
Okay, bye. All right, thank you very much. Was that an interesting session? All right, thank you. We'll be moving on very quickly to our next speaker, and is going to be talking about government efforts in achieving hybridization in Nigeria, the role of the National Agricultural Seed Council. And to be giving that presentation will be Sorry, okay. Will be the director of the National Agricultural Seed Council, Dr. Philip Olusegun Ojo, who is ably represented by Dr. Ishaq Khalid, Director, Seed Certification and Quality Control, National Agricultural Seed Council. Shall we welcome him to the podium for this?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me make some little correction. The Dr. Philip Olusegun Ojo is the Director General, National Agricultural Seed Council. So we have one Director General and many other directors. So please let us know that I am representing him. I'm standing in for the Director General as a director in charge of seed certification and quality control. And I'm very pleased with the topic. National Agricultural Seed Council, I know we had the privilege of meeting. I can meet some of our friends here and partners who has been interacting. But I will first want to use this opportunity to let you know that you have been grossly underutilizing National Agricultural Seed Council. Because some of these challenges that we are talking about starts from the planning. And if we are planning about agricultural development in the country, if you don't start from seed, I think you have gotten it wrong completely. If you are talking of other inputs, fertilizer, if you put 1 bag of fertilizer for a plant of seed, I'm not sure you are going to get an elephant-sized grain. So I think National Agricultural Seed Council should be very, very good friend to all. Let us sit down and plan together. But maybe as we discuss, we might have issues or maybe areas we could identify why we can always walk into National Agricultural Seed Council and discuss. So first of all, well, can we go to the next slide, please? Yes, what is National Agricultural Seed Council? We know it's a government agency that has the responsibility of ensuring that the regulation of this entire seed industry, from production, marketing, processing, all, is rested at this agency. And therefore, if you have issues along those seed value chain and you don't share with National Agricultural Seed Council, you might not get a fair, you may discover that you are suffering so much when somebody else is there to do the job for you. So, next slide, please. I want us to spend less because I know that as a government agency, we are not very good at self-advertising because maybe the budget for going to NTA and other things, see we are here, may be very limited. But it is good to know that it's an act. We had to review this act, and the president graciously approved the new act, because what we believe is that in a system, what is important is growth. Innovations and technologies will come in. So if you have an old law, it will sometimes become very obsolete when it is no longer. For instance, we know we have punishments maybe when you violate some of these laws. When you sell to a farmer grains in place of seed, the punishment in those days will be 500 naira. So I would prefer to commit a crime that I will make profit of 3 million naira and go to the court. When I'm fined, I just put 500 naira in my pocket and I pay and I'm free. So there are such needs. And there are some innovations too. Before, seed production was done only on the field, but now seed productions can be done even in the hall here. So all these things has to be put in place, and that necessitated the need for the review of our act. And that's why the president graciously approved the new act in 2019, and today that is a very functional act. And of recent, just 2 weeks ago, we had something that we interpret more of this act. That's the new seed policy which the Federal Executive Council has approved recently. Let's go on to the next slide. Yes, these are supposed to be, as an institution, as a responsible institution, we should have mission, visions, and what we are exactly. Well, I think our mission is to transform the Nigerian seed system into a leading seed industry in sub-Saharan Africa, worthy of generating foreign exchange, key employer and of labor, contributing positively to the country's economy. Our vision is to build a market-driven seed industry for production and distribution of high-quality improved planting materials that are available, accessible, and affordable to farmers. I know today part of those areas of interest will be hybrid. When we come to hybrid, we may be having some challenges, particularly when we talk of prices and all those things. But we will think together and see how we will be coming out with prices that will be affordable and accessible to the farmer. Next slide, please. Well, seeds generally, before they comes to the market, they must have tolerable standards. What do we agree that this is the minimum standard before that seed can be traded in the country? So as National Agricultural Seed Council, we do a lot of work in ensuring that the seeds that are traded to the market are actually meeting the minimum national standard. And how do we do it? We start our standard from even where did you get your primary parental materials. What did you plant? If, for instance, we have 3 classes of seeds. The first class that are tradable is the breeder seed, which comes from the research institutes. Now, with what is going on now, primarily before, research institutes are government-owned, and so they had the sole mandate for production of breeder seeds. But things are changing very fast. We have companies like Bayer where their R&D is very, very high. Seedco, the research and development is very high, and a host of others. And therefore, they are capable of producing their own varieties. So to now restrict it to only government will now make it counterproductive. Then we are also conscious of a situation where everybody, if you have a variety of your own, you need to protect it. So all these things, as we discussed, we are going to see what National Agricultural Seed Council is doing to ensure that we take care of all these challenges. Okay. Yeah, for us to go into certification, we will make sure that all you have produced, even if it's a newer variety, it must have undergone what we call the process of varietal release process. And the varietal release committee, National Agricultural Seed Council is a member. A lot of, if there's Ministry of Science and Technology, so many people are members of that body. So for the variety, for you to have research institutes of all the country are also members. In fact, they are primary sponsors of varieties that are going to be released. So we ensure that they have met the standards you have talked about. If you say this particular maize corn crop is capable of giving us 4 big crops, then show that variety should be it. We will have tested it. We'll have done multi-locational trials nationwide. We'll have looked at where it's adaptable. I can proudly tell you today in Nigeria, there's no place in Nigeria you cannot plant maize, even in the Sahelian area, because Nigeria, National Agricultural Seed Council has to partner with Hungarian government one time to see where we can get maize planted in the Sahel area. So a company was licensed to ensure that that was done. Though the yield will not be as fantastic as you get, but somebody there can still have an opportunity of get maize. So, but we have thrown a challenge still to the research institute, they work together. That what do we do now that we can produce there? How do we improve the yield? So we are still working along with that. And it is very important to know that if you have a problem as a user of any variety or of any crop, it is your responsibility to complain to National Agricultural Seed Council, because it's the role of National Agricultural Seed Council to advise the research on the changing patterns of the farmers' needs. Let me talk of the industry. Now, we are talking of aggregation. Babangona has spoken, but we are not sure whether it is one particular variety that is aggregated. If you know you have more than 2, 3 varieties, let's talk of I know we have females here, and we are into rice production. If we do paddy aggregation of different varieties, we should know that all have different characteristics. Some matured earlier when you cook, some some late, some are harder, some are soft. In that one bag, if you cook it, how does it come to your table? But if it's a single variety, you will be able to get the best from that variety. So you will now be able to know that, yes, Faro 44, this is how it tastes on the table. But in this case, 44, 52, 62, up to, they are all packed together, milled together, bagged together. So that is why we need to be discussing. The industry, we also have to discuss with Seed Council, so that we'll have to plan the production of these early generation seeds for this, so that we will now be able to make outgrower schemes, and it will be very convenient and comfortable. But Bangona, if they want a particular variety of maize you are talking about, if that is what the industry they supply needs, they will get that perfectly well. It's just like in the issue of the mango industry, where we have different varieties, different tastes, and you said you are producing mango juice, you mix all together. You are not going to get the best. But if it's one particular variety, so this is the reason why we need to discuss. And I'm impressed, the first few speakers, particularly the man, Dr. Johnson, Kennedy Johnson, said we may be needing more stakeholders. I needed to have seen more people from the research institutes here, because they are the crux of the matter. They should put in a lot. So thank you very much, at least for the initiative. Bea has been a very great supporter of not only even the National Agricultural Seed Council, because I knew it was the dream of National Agricultural Seed Council to ensure that Nigeria is also involved in international seed trade. And for you to be a member, a very good member of international seed trade, you must belong to some international organizations. One of them is OECD, Organization for Economic Development and Growth. But by the grace of God, Bayer is one of those companies, along with Corteva and others, that supported Nigeria. We didn't use a dime from the Nigerian government pocket. The private sector here too also contributed. But we had so many of those conferences, and today, by June, by the grace of God, Nigeria is going to be announced in Turkey as one of the members of that. So we give credit to all the things. So please, let's move forward to the. Yeah, seed certification, there are certain things we are always interested in. One, we are very, very interested in genetic purity, which I had already said its implication. If you have different behaviors and you are to be cooked together, the eater will not get optimum best. Or whatever, maybe it is even fiber product. This one are long and this one are short fiber. How do you go about that? If you want long fiber, if it is in cotton, then you are going to get those varieties that will do that. And that is planning. And planning has become very, very important. We take planning for granted in the country, but we have seen the cost of planning here. We want to little digression. The farmer hard-demand crisis is because we have failed to plan. He has said we have expecting 400 million population in a few years from now. What did we imagine our maize need will be as human beings? The same maize is needed by cow, sheep, and goat. What have we planned? What are we planning to provide for them? No planning. So now me and you blame it on farmer and the herdsman instead of us here. So it's collective responsibility. If we do not do the right thing 10 years, another government that will come in the 20 years will be the one that will take the brunt. And our thinking will be saying that bad government, bad, it's planning. In those days, I do know that the best of friends in my grandfather's farm used to be the herdsmen that passed because you are going to get free milk. So what happened? So it is our responsibility that we must be involved in planning. So it is very, very important that genetic purity is very, very important. Let me come back to my job now. Genetic purity is very, very important so that whatever you are getting is pure. The characteristics you get of that product is pure. Physical purity is also very, very important because if a farmer is buying in a bag of maize 100 kg, he's paying for the 100 kg. Why are you giving 5% stones inside the bag? It is not tolerable. So those are some of those things that quality assurance is very, very, very important about. Then the high standard of, if the seed cannot germinate, then it's no longer seeds. So many things are implicated in the failure for seed to germinate. As a company, you might do your job very excellently well. But today, if you go to buy seed with the agro dealers, you see chemical. Seed is living, and there's gas exchange. You are going to see chemical in the same store with him. Even kerosene will be sold there. Fertilizer will be there. So some of all those things are very, very challenging factors that we need to address. And that is why you must ensure that your seeds are kept in such a way that they will germinate very well. Very sadly enough, even our salesperson who is in charge is also inhaling these chemicals. So at the end of the day, we don't know why we call cancer or whatever disease it is. So we need to be very careful. So, we've moved to the second slide, which is then freedom of disease. Okay, yeah, we've talked about that. Freedom from all designated diseases. It is no longer good seeds even when it comes with diseases. And those are the problems we have. When you come to National Agricultural Seed Council and you are applying to import seed, there are a lot of worries that give us. Why? We are happy. The seed may be doing excellently well. But when it comes to Nigeria here, the interactions with our ecosystem here may not be very favorable. So it may come with some kind of diseases. I know before now we don't budget for armyworms when we are planning farming maize. But today, if you do not budget for fall armyworms, it means you are not ready to farm for maize. So all these things are considerations. That's why when you bring out an application that you want to bring, we have to do a lot of work to find out which countries are you coming from. When it comes, how do we collect samples at Seed Council level 2. We ask NAQS, you must do this. We give you a letter to NAQS to give you permit. All we are considering is national biosecurity. Because otherwise, you discover that you may be forced. You are not sure. Somebody wants to be selling maize to you here. So when he grants your own, then he can always have the freedom to bring. I was hearing very good news. I know of recent there had been very good interventions from governments, particularly the CBN, that I will want the CBN to look seriously on sustainability. How do you sustain this? You look at the research. If we are into immediate productions, and so seed is something, it's a biological entity. Before now, when I was growing as a young man, and you are talking of 100 meters relay, you'll be talking of Carl Lewis, Ben Johnsons. Bring them now to come around 100 meters. You are taking them to the mortuary. So also the life of seed. The genetic potentials degenerate from time to time. And therefore, there's a need for us to continue working on the research and be breeding and be coming out with either maintenance breeding or even newer varieties. Yes, so I will, let us move freedom quickly so that, because the hybrid thing is of interest too. Okay, seed production trends in maize. I think we have these figures, but I don't want us to conflict with my brother's figures, because I know we were in South Africa. Fortunately, we went to South Africa together, and we saw their production, where I'm not sure up to 10% of the farmers are farm. But what you see, when you see a farm from here to Kaduna, one man's farm. So if we have beaten them, it's a very good thing. But I think we still need to look at our records very well. Though man has tried a great deal, because when you see the maize pyramids and all these things, these were not what you ordinarily have seen. We will have preferred, and we are very good at asking for import. Agric may not like it, but trade, we ask for it. But there must be synergy. Otherwise, the unemployment and all these things will continue to, the banks will continue to be suspicious. Because you have given farmers loan to produce with all your statistics. Now somebody else said they should go and bring them cheaper from another source. Then how do you get back your money? So we are all supposed to be together, and we must think together as a nation to make sure that we move greatly. Let's move through the next slide. Hybridization of plants. Yes, this gives me a very, very great pleasure. We know our natural crops, which I like, and probably you like. Particularly when I come here and I'm talking of genetically modified, it might not go down well with everybody, because a lot of things are associated with it. But the truth is this: if you plant our normal maize, the yield potential is very low. Before now, before independence, we are not more than 60-something million, or maybe 85 million Nigerians. But today we are talking of 250 million. Okay. 250 million. We need to feed human beings. We need food, livestock, all this. So therefore, there must be some sciences that improves it. But I'm happy hybridization is not in that case, because it's done within no serious movements of genes from one to the other that will become a threat. So that is why our research not being here today needs to be here next time, so that we think about what do we do so that our yield per unit area is what should be our headache. It's not clearly all the land. If we clear all Nigerian land, are we thinking about one day when we want to roof our house and we need logs? We need them. So every other thing needs. So your productivity per unit area is of importance. And therefore, for now, we do know that the hybrid maize seeds has higher yield per unit area. And therefore, if that is be the encouragement, I don't want to be quoted, but I'm not sure we have 20% of use for hybrid seeds in Nigeria yet. Yes, because the farmers will come to tell you that, okay, the price is high, it's not affordable, it's not this. Then, added to that, when you plant hybrid seeds, all inputs like fertilizer, good fertilizer, all those things are necessary before you can get your optimum yield. If you don't get that, it's better you even go for your OP. So we must dialogue. We must see where we must intervene. Don't leave it for government. Government is already having a lot of challenges. Before, we were not having issues of Boko Haram. So budget that goes to Boko Haram will have come to agriculture. Then we will have been happy. Banditry, all those things. So a lot of responsibility. So we need to take it. If we must live as a decent nation, then we need to come together and put our resources together. Not necessarily cash, not necessarily the bank people we are talking about now, but we must put the brains together and come out with some, with just these 2 minutes now, my brother. Okay, let's see what we can do. Well, I have summarized that. Over the years, our adoption of hybrids has been very poor. We need to do a lot to ensure that maybe our extension services are working and encourage the farmers for the uptake of the hybrid seeds. And let's move to, I don't know how. Yes, I want to assure, I have already mentioned about our Nigerians membership. This is because we don't want Nigeria to be turned into dumping ground. We also want you can come and produce here. Bayer can produce here and export to any other country. We are because it will create employment. Some of the national challenges we are having will be seen to have addressed. Let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, Bayer capacity building is also very, very an issue for us as a National Agricultural Seed Council. But going by our lean budget, that is why it's very, very difficult for us to be coming to farmers and training them. But then the seed entrepreneurs today, we had made sure that good seeds are made available by ensuring that we have over 500 licensed seed producers scattered all over the country. So that from your local area you produce, you should be able to create a market and make sure the farmer gets good quality seeds. So let's, yeah, what do we do to make sure that we have safeguarded your quality? That is by introduction of a seed tracker. We want to be sure that what you are buying is actually good seeds. It's not that somebody has emptied your bag, maybe the good seed, and now started packaging another one. That's why we introduced the seed codex, so that at that time, when you scratch and send, you will be sure of what exactly the situation is. But I'm praying that National Agricultural Seed Council will have an opportunity to have an interaction so that we have time. I think I still have 1 minute or 2.5 minutes. Okay. 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 Now, even in our research, in our work, in ensuring that we are sure of quality, we are not leaving it like that before. When we send our officers to the field and they say, "Oh, the plants are not diseased," we are not leaving it like that. Before, I know, as a very young man, when your body temperature is rising and you get to the dispensary, they will just touch your body, say, "Oh, it's malaria," giving chloroquine. But it may not necessarily have to be malaria, because it's just symptoms. The fever you are feeling may be symptoms for other things. These days, in National Agricultural Seed Council, we do what they call diagnostic tests. We have a molecular facility because the plant health is of our concern. We believe that the living of the plant is what is making us live, because that's where our food comes from. So we ensure that we had some of all these things. But what we need to what we are doing, we are increasing, we are suggesting capacity building for the breeders, so that our own technology here, we can breed here. Some of these, we don't have to continue to. So many people refuse to bring their technologies here because they feel it's not safe. Now, Nigeria has a law which has been signed, and even the FEC also approved it. That's the PVP law that protects the breeder's right, so that whatever you produce, nobody can just go and be go take again and go and be marketing it without your rights and your privileges or your entitlements. So we also support farmers in the good agronomic practices, which is very, very important, because the seed may be good. If you have not followed good agronomic practices, you are not likely going to get best. And uptake of good varieties on shelf is also very, very important. There are a lot of research work done by the research institutes, but still remain in the shelf. Why? Somebody is responsible there. So some of these things is because the government give you money, you did it because you want to get promotion in the research, and that we want to stop that. So that's why we are interacting. The private sector must come strong. It is you that can. Of recent, we had an opportunity to have a tour in France and look at their seed system. We discovered that it's the private sector that is determining everything, because it is you who is doing your business. So if government has anything that is not doing right to make sure your business moves, come up. Definitely the government will be responsive to that. So thank you very much and looking forward for
Thank you very much. We will take questions now, sir. Please just sit down on the third chair, so yeah, it's easier for the cameras to get you. Thank you very much. He harped on the issue of planning, and then he talked about planning, and planning again. It is very critical. We are quick to rush to action, but quick action without proper planning is a recipe for disaster and retrogression. So please, we give him a round of applause once more. We have a few questions, some in-house, some online. There has been an increase in the use of hybrid seeds in Nigeria. From your experience in the field, what are the figures exactly?
Well, as I have said, we had been having issues of adoption. And what do our farmers complain? Price. I can tell you that right now in Nigeria, I myself personally, I have planted 10 hectares last year. Some of the challenges the woman was highlighting on logistics, I think I'm even presently a victim. I bought a kg for over 1,000 naira per kg. I'm not sure everybody will be willing to, not every farmer will be. When I planted, they were coming to look at it. What kind of maize is this? But I deliberately took it there so that they can compare what they are producing and mine. But when you tell one time, say, God forbid, I cannot do that, I better go back to my. So it is very difficult. I think for now, in Zaria, National Agricultural Extension Service, I think we have an NARLS working with NASC to make sure that we have gotten an updated record on the level of the adoptions of this. So for me to come forward, but what is definitely sure, we are not up to 20% adoption of hybrid seeds, which to me, as I've said, we do not need to open all Nigerian land for maize farming. There are even other crops that are competing for the same land. But if we must attain higher productivity per unit area, then hybridization should be encouraged.
Thank you very much, sir. I have other questions. This one says, how far has the National Agricultural Seed Council gone with the plan for outsourcing its seed certification mandate to private third-party organization? This is from Mr. Kehinde Johnson.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very good question. Those are some of the innovations that has to be packaged in the new seed law that has been signed by the Mr. President in 2019. Yeah, we have, let me tell you, for now, we have over 500 licensed seed entrepreneurs. Each one of them is entitled, if you are in production, entitled to an officer who must be visiting the farm at least 3 times. What are those 3 times? Vegetative, at flurry, as well as shortly before harvest. These are critical stages we consider in seeds and in field standards. So it means Nigerian, and we are very lean certification officers. We do not have more than 100 for now. We thank God, I think a little while when we have some retirements, we may get some little replacements and all that. So that's why we are here. And so for us to think that we'll be able to take over care of from Bayelsa to Maiduguri to Sokoto and probably going to Ogun State with only 100 officers, we are not doing ourselves good. So we have to look at the best international practices. We have studied so many countries' models. Then we have also seen our own peculiarities. For now, we have already started piloting on some crops, particularly cassava. Cassava, you know, one of those things why we think that they are easy, low-hanging fruits for us because, one, they are not crops that have cross-pollinations, unlike maize. But even then, in the maize, we are partnering with a Sahel consortium and supported by some international donors, Bill and Melinda Gates and the rest of them, to experiment on, we are working on rice, maize, and potato. Kano, Kaduna was supposed to be part, but because as at that time the challenges of crisis has made us move to, to Plateau to look at potato. So we think that in the next few years, we will start giving them, of course, we have already even licensed the cassava ones. Okay. And we make sure that it is cost effective so that it will not be too costly for the farmer to afford.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right, I have another online question and a couple of other questions from the house. How do you cooperate with research institutions? How do they cooperate with research institutions, and how do you register patents in the seed development system?
Fantastic. I said very good. Well, National Agricultural Seed Council, by its role, is a regulatory body for the entire industry. So even if as a breeder, if you have produced a variety seed and you say it's breeder, if Seed Council say it's not breeder seed, it is not breeder seed. So in that case, as a regulatory, there is some kind of authority you have and responsibility, because your primary person is the farmer's interest. That is you are the third party guarantor. And therefore, we have been having very fantastic relations because they know our role and we know their role. For now, even the licensing, we know that at a time in the history of National Agricultural Seed Council, then National Seed Service, when we started, we were having the sole responsibility of producing foundation seed. If the breeder seed is produced by the research, we trained farmers and we produce foundation seeds. This is made available to then the ADPs and the few seed companies that were available to further multiply for the farmers to get. All right. But as it is now, it is not our business to go into such production. So even the seed, the research institutes were licensed by the same seed council to go on to production of the next class, which is foundation seed. So in that case, there cannot be conflict between the regulator and somebody who gives you the license. And we have a very perfect relationship, because as professionals, we have gatherings, we have issues. When we have issues, we have a way of making sure that we meet the best.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I think these are all the questions we can take from now. We have a few more questions, and I don't think we can take any more because of time. I'll take two, and I have two others after this. Are all the seed producing companies in Nigeria certified by the National Agricultural Seed Council? That is one. And how does the National Agricultural Seed Council ensure that all seed producing companies meet the criteria for seed production and distribution to farmers pertaining Nigeria? Thank you.
Yes. First of all, it's a criminal offense for you to be in seed production if you are not licensed by National Agricultural Seed Council. So in that case, if anybody carry license, either there are different categories. You can be licensed as a seed dealer. That is, it may not be your business to produce. Somebody can produce, you can market for him. Then there are those in production. That's why I said we had two standards that we use in checking the production standards. The field standard, what happens in the field. That's why I said, yeah, there are 3 critical stages. We must go and look at the field and make sure that they are okay. We didn't stop there. We also look at the seed standards. That is, whatever has been done in the field, and we say it's okay, we see subjected to laboratory tests. At laboratory tests, we went further to say, okay, we are even going to be doing diagnostic. Just like human being, we respect the life of plant too, because we believe life of plant is also tied to the life of human beings. So as far as NASC is concerned, we do not have issues with that. That's why we said, okay, if anybody has an issue, let us know. We may not know what your headache is, but discuss with us. We will meet the appropriate person who is not getting it right, and get it right. You know, I record here that where you are keeping seed that is living, kerosene, petrol is even possibly there, fertilizer is there. So all those issues, we have also developed some, there are some departments now. I think by the 2019 Act has established that department, we call it Seed Inspectorate Department, that goes around to ensure that those people who are making, infringing on these laws are being brought to book.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that partially answers some of the questions we have here. This one says there have been rumors and sometimes verifiable evidences to show that some seed companies are cut corners and sell grains as seeds in markets. They basically replace grains as seeds, which leads to poor yields, especially with the OPVs. I remember in your presentation, you already mentioned that you had the system for checking. I think this question has been partially answered. Maybe if for further clarification during the business meet and greet session, you can meet him directly for further clarification because of time. This one says, I think this is a plea, sir, please ensure to provide us your support research to produce 4 resistant maize seeds to boost production, and check out check out quackery in seed production because it negates the issue of quality seeds. I think they are all related. You just can answer them together if you want to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our primary responsibility is to ensure that the farmer gets the best. Why will we be our primary responsibility? If the farmer does not get the best, it means we are going to be importing food as a country. So the national stability and economic growth and development lies on our production. Nigeria is an agrarian country, and therefore, if there's an institution as National Agricultural Seed Council, we do know that production starts from seed. And therefore, if we have, we may not be having, we have our own challenges like that, but we think from time to time they are coming. Even the private sector is supporting because they realize that. Before, when I enter as a very young man, I think virtually all our officers has vehicles, pickups. They don't need to even tell the outgrower. You just go and you bounce on your farm. But now, with the economy, things are going to go. So we may not, but we expect that informations. We have call lines. We have introduced call lines. If you have issues, please call. Let us know what the issue is. We have prosecuted some people. Some are jailed. Some were made to pay compensation for selling fake seeds. And that's why we introduced the codex, the seed codex too. And also, part of the challenges, I think we are trying to look for partners to see where we can train agro dealers properly. We do it, but in pockets. But we need to train them because you may have done very good seed production, but the handling might be a problem. Before I finally go, let me give you an experience. When, as a younger man, when I was posted to Jos, a man came to buy seed that time because we sell seed within our premises. He bought this seed and kept in his car boot. Was supposed to plant it, but he kept them for 2 weeks. They are living. In the boot heat, we generally kill that. So when he came back he planted, it didn't germinate. He brought the rest and came, and fortunately it was me who he met. I directed the store man to issue that time. So I looked at the lot number. Why will this not germinate? Because we have, so we went to take the other ones. We said, what happened? He said, no, he didn't do anything to this seed. He just, as he bought it, it's in the car. So nothing happened. I said, okay, something happened. I asked the storeman to go and give him some seed for free because that time the government has leeway from that one. But I said, you should go and plant today or tomorrow. That what happened, you killed your seed. The heat in the car boot has killed it. So handling is also another area. So I think Bayer, if you have produced very good seeds and they are with your dealers, we can partner together to train all those agro dealers. Not only Bayer, other friends of yours. You need to follow your products until the farmer is harvesting very good. That's the only way you have. We will have said you have.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir. It's been a very fascinating and very enlightening engagement, and we hope that you will still be around for the business-to-business meet and greet session. So at the end of the event, so more people can ask questions and higher interaction with you. It will be time for our tea break, but just for order, can we please allow the speakers of the plenary, this first set of speakers, the 4 speakers that have spoken, and the Maize Association of Nigeria members to go for their tea break first, then after that we follow. Just for order, please. So the 4 first speakers would go with the members of the Maize Association of Nigeria, and as they finished, the rest of us will go piece by as the ushers direct. Thank you. Please, the break will be 30 minutes, and we'll come back because we still have a lot to accomplish. Thank you very much. Please, as you go for your tea break, let us be very conscious of our belongings. Please make sure you're with your phones, your bags. Don't leave any valuable on your table. Please, let's go. So please, table 1. See we can do it. Hello, hello. Hello. This is also announcing if you didn't have the opportunity to take pictures at the grand entry, please do so. Just quickly, you can go outside, take some pictures there, and then come back into the hall. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We should be rounding up the tea break in about 10 minutes. Tea break will be rounding up in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Tea break will be rounding up in about 10 minutes. That would be 10 minutes to the hour of 1 o'clock. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from the tea break. Shall we please take our seat? Can we please take our seats so we can commence with the plenary session? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Can we settle down so we can begin the plenary session? Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we be seated so we can commence with the plenary session? Thank you. So for the plenary session, each speaker will have an approximate of 20 minutes to speak, and with also about 5 minutes or so for questions. So that's 15 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question. For the plenary session, each speaker will have 15 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questions and answers. That is 15 minutes in all. So the entire thing is 30 minutes. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. At this point in for those of us who are online, please remember, as you post your pictures and comments online about the conference, please remember to use the hashtag Nigeria Maize Conference. And what's the other one? Hashtag Nigeria Maize Conference when you post your pictures. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to call on the panelists to begin to take their seats so that we can begin this session. I'd like to call upon, at this point in time, the National President, Poultry Association of Nigeria, Mr. Akpa Onalo. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to take his seat? National President, Poultry Association of Nigeria. Also invited to the podium is the managing consultant K&B Agro Mix Lagos. Shall we welcome to the podium once again Mr. Kehinde Johnson. The CEO, Bino Agro Ventures Limited, Mr. Innocent Mokidi. Shall we welcome him to the podium? Thank you very much. Lead farmer, Alhaji Shehu Mohammed. Shall we also welcome him to the podium with a resounding round of applause? Okay. Is it online or he's coming? All right, so we'll begin. Mr. Akbar will join us shortly. And so each person will have 5 minutes for just a brief introduction and pass it to the next person, and or each person will have 5 minutes. And once that's done, we will open to the floor for general questions for about another 10 minutes for this session. All right, thank you very much, sir. You can please begin.
Thank you very much. I'll be speaking from the perspective of seed production as a seed producer, the expectations, the challenges, and the opportunities. I was privileged to lead a seed production company, and all these issues came up in the process of our business operations. First and foremost, is a new market. You want to come in and establish your presence as fast as possible. You want to know who your competitors are. You also want to establish a go-to-market approach. You are offering a specific brand, a premium brand, and to create a brand strategy around it, which will be compelling enough for farmers to drop all the competitors' brand and work as your partner. So these are all the things you need to think about. At the same time, you have your directors who want quick return on investment. They expect that within 2 years, 3 years, the business they've supported with massive investment should be able to be returning some form of profit back to the organization. But the situation on the ground, nobody goes into agriculture and predicts everything that will happen 100%. There are so many issues in terms of the infrastructure you meet on the ground. You've got to think about the workers, and workers cuts across the entire value chain, the processes, and again, at the same time, navigating your way with several government agencies who think they have a role or responsibility for your business. And these are some of the frustrations they encountered. And the new thing again is climate change. You cannot actually predict beginning of the rainy season. Last year we were all witnesses to the heavy rainfall, which led to massive flood. Over 110,000 farmlands completely submerged by water. And you're also contending with logistics issue. Cost of running your business. Maize accounts for the second highest cost of business costs after rice. And the fact that there's no stability in terms of pricing, in terms of the input, puts you in a lot of difficult situation. So these are areas that with the experience around in this room, we can discuss in detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Please continue.
My name is Innocent Mokidi. I'm the CEO of Bino Agro Ventures Limited. I've been in the business of agriculture for the past 16 years, and I'll be talking about the yield increase, the challenges in agricultural business, a lot of challenges and a lot of aspects of it. And I'm going to be very practical because I'm a practical man. Moreover, I'm going to be talking about the backward integration and how you also have to take agriculture as a business. So I've been in this sector for the past 16 years, as I said, and I've faced all the challenges. I got these challenges from the aspect of there was nobody to teach me, so I have to teach myself. So I know what I'm talking about. I know I've been there all this while. And I'm also going to talk about how the inputs are also affecting us, like what you just said, climate change. I was a victim of that last year. I lost over 120 hectares of farmland to climate change. And I'm going to also be talking about how we should also be looking at the historical trend and also how data collections are also important. And I'm also going to be talking about how in the business, I thank God we have the banker here, but I also want to discuss about how we don't have policies on security. In 2019, I lost over 39 million naira as a result of banditry. So those are some of the things that we're going to be discussing on how we can move forward and what it takes to be a farmer in Nigeria and how you can also achieve your yield. It's going to be practical. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, my name is Sho Mohamed Tilungwada. I'm a lead farmer from Kano. I just wanted to share some experiences with working with the local farmers directly in our villages, how we interact with them, how we share experiences, how we extend the sort of extension services to them, making them aware or creating awareness to them so that we can, from using the older seeds or older trend of cultivation towards using the hybrid seeds and other related issues in agriculture up to attain the at least bumper harvest or to attain a higher yield in their production, so that the poor or downtrodden farmer will be a little bit wealthier and at least taking them toward commercialization also. As a farmer or when those who are growing subsistently, by time when they are fully aware of the production pattern, going by the good agronomic practices, if a farmer entails being seeking advices from the extension agent and otherwise, he can at least modify himself or achieve a better output of this product. So almost that's the area I wanted to speak on the little for now. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Onalo Akpa. I am the Director General of the Poultry Association of Nigeria, and I'm also a farmer. I'm specifically going to talk about maize production vis-a-vis the national food security, vis-a-vis the part of our production that the poultry industry alone consumes. And I'm also going to speak about the opportunity that abounds. There are figures being thrown up and down every moment. My very big friend Elias who said they had the Maize Association of Nigeria, from their record, produced 20 million metric tons of maize. My Oga here said 12 million metric tons of maize. I saw the AFEX commodity index. They say between 12, 13, whatever it is, let's take an average of 20 million, 12 million, and 13 million. The average is not sufficient to keep this country going. Somebody made a presentation, I think it's this Oga, that the poultry industry alone takes 3.7 million metric tons. Fortunately, some of my major stakeholders in the feed industry are here. What the poultry industry alone takes is more than 4.5 million metric tons of maize. Today, the food security of this country is threatened. And it is a challenge to all of us that we need to produce and produce enough to be able to meet the national food demand, to be able to meet the need of the industries, to to be able to meet the need of the countries that surround us, that are Sahelian and cannot produce maize. If in 2050, the population of Nigeria is going to be 400 million, that is to say that if you gather the other countries in Africa, it is either 50-50, that Nigeria has taken half of the population of African countries, and then the other share the small number of people. Now, if we want to live as a nation with a deliberate food security policy, do we rely on an average maize production of 14 million, 15 million metric tons in a year? It is not sufficient. A bigger challenge is this. If, as of today, the poultry industry alone is taking or mopping up 4.5 million metric tons of maize, and our average meat consumption per person per year is not more than 15 kilograms. It's not more than 1.5 to 2 kilograms per person per year. And our egg consumption is no more than 50 eggs per person per year. And in some countries, they are consuming 280, 250 eggs per person per year. Today, we are around 50 eggs per person per year. With a population of 200 million, if we now decide through consistent campaign that every Nigerian should take 1 egg in a day. Now, what it means is that what we are producing today is like a drop of water in an ocean. Now, the multiplier effect of this is this. If the poultry industry alone takes in feed formulation for poultry alone, not the large animals, 65% of the cost of producing a bird is feed, is maize. Now, if we are able to double our consumption of egg from 50 per person per year, multiplied by the number of Nigerians, and we are able to do it by 2, becoming 100 eggs per person per year, invariably, the maize demand also have to be doubled. If the maize demand is doubled, now, what it means is that we are going to compete with industry. We are also going to compete with the human need for consumption. I tell people most of the time that most of the families in northern Nigeria depend on maize as their staple food. Today there is hunger, everybody is crying. And we have the arable land. We have the human resources. If today there is famine in Nigeria, where do we run to? Which country has the capacity to absorb us? So to me, it is a national challenge to all of us. In the poultry industry, our target is that in the next 5 years, every Nigerian should be able to consume 100 eggs per person per day. If that happens, then we might need almost 9 million metric tons of maize in a year. And then the human population is also growing. The mouth to be fed is also expanding. So what do we do? And that calls for mechanized farming, just like somebody said. If we don't do mechanized farming in this country, we are in a doom. The Maize Association of Nigeria has done well. They've raised the bar of production activities. Maybe if not for the Maize Association of Nigeria, with the calamities and insecurity we have in the country, and the family farmers cannot go to the farm, maybe we would have been somewhere else than where we are.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So please, a round of applause. Before we take questions, we'd just like to give the other speakers maybe like 2 minutes or so just to speak a little more on the topic if you want to. If not, we can go straight to the questions. So, but we can hand the microphone. Just anything you may want to add to what you had said on earlier. Yes, sir. Yes, the three of you, sir.
What I'm saying that my topic or what I wanted to discuss with people is that the challenges or the mitigations that are related to the local farmers. That's what I'm aiming at. My relation to the local farmers, the challenges that are coming out from the local farmers.
Please go ahead and talk about it.
What I'm saying is that rightly, as everyone knows, whoever from the grassroots are the local farmers. Upwards are the commercial farmers and so on. So the challenges that are being faced from by the local farmers is what I'm saying. Going by the way we go inside local villages or nook and corners to sensitize farmers on the mode of production or the guide them through what and how they are to produce, from the local seeds down now to the trend of using OPVs or hybrid seeds. That's the issue I wanted to highlight. Straightforward.
Right. Thank you very much, sir. Yes.
Okay, I would like to stress the focus areas for sustainable maize seed production in Nigeria. And I've categorized it under the 8 I's. Letter I. The first thing that we need is information. In this room, we have been contesting whether Nigeria has overtaken South Africa as a major producer in Africa. And information is critical for anybody who wants to come into this market to invest. If primary information like production figures are not straightforward or clear, then we'll be planning in darkness. So that is key. We need investment. We don't have to overemphasize that. We cannot continue with the investment 10 years ago with the sort of investment that this sector requires today. Innovation is another one. Innovation is all about research and development, new technologies, and all that. Incentives is another one. We need to incentivize all the value chain operators so that we can have sustainable production. Infrastructure, that has been stressed. We need to discuss integration as well. In all our plan, who do we integrate into the business? Finally, integrity. Integrity talks about transparency, the quality issues that the Seed Council talked about, and everything we do must result in impact. You must have results for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, round of applause.
So we are going to be talking about food security. We should understand that we should not be doing things the way we used to do things in the 60s. In the 60s, in the 80s, the books told us that if you want to plant maize, up to now, if you look some books, if you go to your internet, you find out they tell you that you have to plant 75 centimeters by 25 centimeters. That is what OPVCs are used for. 75 centimeters by 25 centimeters will give you 53,200 seeds per hectare. 53,200 seeds per hectare, the seed company will tell you that your seed can give them 10 tons. Good. It can give you 10 tons. But if you now do 53,200 seed per hectare, you can't achieve below 2 tons. Because no maize, no seed can give you a kg. The highest seed in the world that can give you will give you 800 kernels. And that 800 kernels will give you 0.8 grams. So automatically you can't get 1 kg per stand. So if you're not doing 53,200 seed, that means you are getting 5.2 tons or 5.3 tons. So obviously you know that you are wrong if you go back to that book. So what we should be looking at now is that if you want to have 6 tons, 8 tons for Nigeria to get to that level, we should be doing 83,000, 85,000 plant stands. And that is what the hybrid seed can give to you. Because the hybrid seed, you can plant 18 centimeter by 70 centimeter. Or you can plant between 20 centimeter by 70 centimeter or by 60 centimeter. You can get up to 85 plant stand. Then you increase your fertilizer intake. Because why the hybrid seed is different from the OPVC is because the hybrid seed, the canopies goes up. So it avoids the aspect of when you say, okay, maize needs photosynthesis. So those canopies, because they go up, you can multiply your seed. So these are areas that we should be looking at. That's why I said we also have to look at maize agriculture or anything agriculture as businesses. Because you have to also sit down, the smallholder farmer should be able to have what they call an economical production. That economical production is, before you go into the business of agriculture, before you go into the farm, what is your cost input and what is your revenue you are going to get? By the time you work on those dynamics, you can get the result. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, please. All right, so we'll be going to the question and answer session now. So if you have your questions, this will be the time where we will take them. But I think we have a question for poultry. Question for poultry, for an online question. So poultry being the highest consumer of maize in Nigeria, and the hybrid seeds can be biofortified to produce higher quality feeds. What opportunity exists for seed producers like Bayer as regards the use of maize grains?
Well, the maize need of the poultry industry is never a classified one. Whether the foundation seed is supplied by Bayer, or it is supplied by another company, or it's a different variety, that does not matters most to the poultry farmer. Okay. What matters is that we take universal indexes of what is the crude protein level of maize. Based on that, if you buy your maize before milling, you do proximate analysis of what the CP and others are.
Okay.
Now you go into your milling. That the poultry industry discriminate or prefer one variety of maize to the other, it is never there. So there's no way our demand or what we use in the poultry industry, anybody will be able to tell you that the seed is from Bayer or not. It is never applicable. Bayer have done so much. From the hybrid maize, I learned you can have more maize. And I spoke to one of their manager today, and last 2 weeks I was in Côte d'Ivoire. I met their regional manager for West and Central Africa, and I said I wanted to go into maize this year. And he says they were going to give me some seeds to plant. Bayer in itself, other than selling the foundation seed or the seed, what effort are they doing to follow up, to understand the agronomic practices that will enable the maximum yield of their variety than the other one? To me, it goes beyond selling the seed and then you do not follow it up. To know that the right thing has been done in planting, in weeding, in fertilizer application, it is very necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, the next question we have, okay, we have a question at the back. All right, let's take the microphone, or you can come over for the cameras, yes.
So I want to just give a brief information regarding what we have been doing to prepare ground for the hybrid maize business in Nigeria. We have carried out over 10,000 workshops where we call a Farmers Day all around the country to get farmers to carry out good agricultural practices. And when we started business in Nigeria, the first thing we did not even commence with sales. We went on development, and we have covered most parts of Nigeria in terms of meeting different farmer groups, collaborating with them, teaching them the best practices. And the effort that we put in was what culminated in our partnership with Maize Association of Nigeria. Maize Association of Nigeria at the moment is the largest gathering of smallholder farmers in Nigeria, with over 5 million members across the country. We saw them as a good partner to be able to reach a lot of our farmers. And the first product that we used in reaching those farmers after training them was our herbicide, maize herbicide called Lagon. Lagon at the moment has turned out to be the #1 maize herbicide in Nigeria. And then we are going into the next step of now ensuring supply of good hybrid seeds. We launched the decap seeds some years back when Monsanto was on its own. So on taking over the business of Monsanto through the merger. We are now launching today, which is part of what we will do, the decap seeds in Nigeria. Again, it's a relaunch because this time around we are ready to be able to satisfy the Nigerian market with a hybrid seed. Hybridization in Nigeria at the moment is around 17%, and our intention is to take it beyond that. A speaker spoke earlier and said we don't really need to use all the land in Nigeria to plant maize to get good yield. So when you have hybrid seeds within a small space, you should be able to have quality seeds at a very high yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, we're waiting for the questions from the audience, but we still have a few others. This one is for the farmers, and the question has been partly mentioned before by a couple of the speakers. The issue is of low yield from the farmers and low productivity with an average yield of about 1.8 metric tons per hectare. The hybrid seed has the potential and capacity to do more to improving the yield, but there is low adoption. What are the challenges and what can we do to ensure better adoption so there is the economy of scale can be fully used? Alaji and Innocent.
Okay, if I rightly understand the question is, that's what one other thing I wanted to say. Almost over 4 years, Bayer company sponsored for a demonstration in my area from the land clearing to planting up to processing of the seed, aiming at educating the farmers, mobilizing the farmers, training the farmers to understand the trend of farming, the new technological advancement that comes, and the use of the hybrid seed, especially that DK777, the decap, as the manager said now. So going by that trend, that issue of demonstration and the issue of field days we are conducting during the era of demonstration is what we use to make farmers realize the essence of buying the seed and the essence and what is being got out of it. That shows, because when we are doing the demonstrations, we don't usually use only single variety that the Bayer brought. No, we use at least 4 to 5 different seed companies' varieties to showcase what will be the difference. The farmer will justify for himself at the field. So that's one of the aspects that that we use to mobilize the farmers, to show them the technical issues related to the use of any improved variety, as I said, from the starting point to the end of harvesting time.
Thank you very much, Innocent.
From my experience, for you to have a higher yield in maize farming, I think what we lack is knowledge. We require a lot of knowledge, because I've been able to work with a lot of farmers, and I've seen that we lack knowledge. You know, agriculture or plants like maize is just like you as a human being. The same science, the same technique, the same method, the same creation that God created you and me is the same way God created this plant. When you have a baby, when a woman is pregnant and the woman wants to give birth, they tell you that she has to prepare a womb. They say the way the womb is prepared, they tell her, don't eat this, don't eat that. So meaning that if she doesn't eat this, don't eat that, she will have a healthy baby. So the day she gives birth to a baby, the first thing that the baby takes is milk. And that milk comes from the woman's breast. Meaning that the woman eats some kind of food that gives that milk, that the baby can suck from it. Meaning that when you put a seed on the soil, first of all, what is your soil pH? Have you done your soil test? Have you know what is the element, the NPKs that are in that soil? So with a good foundation of knowledge of your soil, and immediately you put that seed on the ground, the seed dies and it wants to germinate. What kind of inputs are you putting it? You find out that one of these farmers, they don't put these things. They just believe that the land is good, the land is that. This land has been farmed for decades of years. So for us to have good yields, the seed can give you 60% of the yield, but other factors that contribute to it has to, first of all, deal with knowledge. So once you have knowledge, you can overcome the other aspect of it, and that will give you a higher yield.
Thank you very much. So essentially, if I gather from both of you, the issue, one of the key issues is knowledge, being able to get the farmers to know more and the willingness to implement the new things that they have learned. And Alaji, if I get you correctly, you said you have like farms where they can go and see for themselves what these yields are. And as they say in local parlance, seeing is believing. All right, so we're going to be speaking to the commercial farmers now and speaking about what have you experienced. Okay, we have questions here. Great.
My name is Engineer Bamidele. Our farmers are very, very knowledgeable. Our parents are knowledgeable. The issue is proper application of that knowledge. The farmer knows that he has to put this in the soil. That is knowledge. He knows if you don't put it in the soil, it won't germinate. But the proper application, when should I plant? When do I apply fertilizer? When do I apply the chemical? So I always disagreed with people when he says, farmers are not knowledgeable. They are very, very intelligent. Our father will look at the sky and will tell you it will rain. And believe you me or not, it will rain that day. True or false? So, what is knowledge? But the application of those things, the proper timing, that is what I think we should always be saying. I will disagree with you that farmers are knowledgeable. I am a farmer. And I'm an engineer, registered, retired government worker. So you cannot tell me I'm not knowledgeable, but the proper things to do at the right time, that gives me the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we were talking about more local farmers, not the knowledgeable ones like yourself. So, and we have many of them in our scattered around our various communities farming. And like you say, they know they have to dig the hole, but they know nothing about the pH level, the depth, the best. So these are the knowledge gaps that exist. And we have to engage intensively in filling this knowledge gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is a contribution and also advice. You see, from experience, the post-harvest loss in maize is very high. And when you go to typical warehouses in Nigeria, oh my God, the wastage is high. You see them there, insects and everything. And then the way farmers apply pesticide is also worrisome. And I think the knowledge gap and its application also comes here. You see, people indiscriminately apply pesticides, which should not be. Because if you are going to take statistics of the number of maize that passes pesticide residue tests, I believe you me will have a lot of problem on our hands. Because I have attended workshops and conferences in institutions where lecturers that have done some of these researches, unfortunately, researches are just there on the shelf. They don't bring them back to where it should be. Research is showing that we have so much high pesticides and other contaminants in our maize and other farm produce. So these are areas where we have knowledge gap. It's not as if we don't have the traditional knowledge. Yes, some people are even graduate, but they don't even know that the timing of applying pesticide is very, very important. The quantity you should use, the type of pesticide you should use is very important. And then the world is moving away from chemical treatment alone. We have integrated pest management, combining physical, chemical, and biological forms of pest management to come up with something that you can preserve for a very long time. So these are some of the gaps I think we might have to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Femi Adekoya. They call me the Flying Farmer. I am the founder of Integrated Area Precision, and I am also the country representative for the International Society for Precision Agriculture. I quickly want to get a clarification with your calculation you made as regards plant population relating to yield. But also, somebody mentioned about innovation. Oh, it's actually Mr. Johnson. So what are the innovations that you are actually bringing in? Because I want to learn as a country representative for precision agriculture and also somebody who is playing in the field of precision agriculture using drone technology. There are a lot of solutions that we have for maize farmers, and that is why we are here today. Talking about plant population, our farmers are, how can we take inventory of the crop on the field? You know, if you do not know how many plants per hectare you have, if Bayer is telling you our seed is actually 98% viable, if you plant, how do you ascertain that you actually got 98% of the field? This is where we can use drone technology to ascertain the plant population on the field. And you can be able to guarantee your yield even before you harvest, because plant population correlates very well to yield. So that's actually my question and my comment. Thank you so much.
All right.
Okay,
Please
if you want to
answer.
know the plant population per yield, it's very simple. You know, what we do in some other countries in Africa, they use land measurement by acres, but in Nigeria we use hectare. So hectare is 100 meters by 100 meters. That is 10 plot of 100 by 100 in 1 hectare. So what you do is that means you have 10,000 centimeters. Now, if you want to know the number of rows per hectare, yeah, square, yeah. So if you want to know if you want to know the number of rows, number of seed per row, all you just say 10,000 centimeters divided by 25 centimeters. If you divide 10,000 centimeters by 25 centimeters, it will give you 400 seeds, 400 plant stands. Then when you now said 10,000 divided by 75 centimeters, that is 10,000 centimeters divided by 75 centimeters. When you divide 10,000 centimeters by 75 centimeters, it will give you 133 lines. So when you multiply that, you arrive at 52,300 seed, 53,200 seed. So that is how you get it. Am I clear? You said? Yeah. How does it? Because normally, a particular stand, because you plant one seed per stand, a particular stand can only give you one. A particular seed can give you one stand, and that one stand, if you calculate the kernels, the number of kernels, they say you should have nothing less than 800 average of 800 kernels per a cob. That 800 kernels per cob, in Nigeria, the highest you can get is 600 kernels per cob, and you cannot get one kg. One cob cannot give you 1 kg. You understand what I mean? One cup can only give you 800 grams, so it cannot give you 1 kg. So that is why you need to increase your yield. You need to increase your crop so that you can get up to 85,000 plant stands. When you have 85,000 plant stands, you can achieve 6 to 8 tons. But moreover, what you have to understand is that it's not only the increasing the seed that is the problem. The more you increase your seed, the more you increase your fertilizer. If you don't increase your fertilizer, you will not get what you want. And apart from the fertilizer you're increasing, you also have to treat the land with your manure. You either use the poultry manure or use cow dung manure, because you have to make sure you have a holding capacity, whereby the plant, by the time you put your fertilizer, the holding capacity will be able to be releasing your nutrient into the plant. So that is how you can be able to get those yield. So if you want to have 8 tons, you'll be able to spend nothing less than 15 to 20 bags of fertilizer per hectare.
All right.
So your EOP should be running between 600,000 to 700,000 naira per hectare.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause. I think we have a comment here.
On innovation, he also wanted to know what...
Okay, let him just finish.
Okay, can I just respond to the innovation? Okay. When we talk about innovation, we are talking about improved seeds. Seeds that are resistant to pests, to flood, to diseases. So it cuts across a whole range of seeds. And I think the starting point is the research institutes, where they've done a lot of work. And even NAGRAB, you'll be surprised the sort of varieties that are presented twice in a year, backed with data and statistics on what is to be done. The unfortunate aspect of that, from the point of view of someone who was in the seed and who is still in the seed producing company, all this information stays right in the institute. There's nothing in terms of a sort of communication platform that will bring all these researches and all these products to the farmer. Then secondly, we are talking about innovation now. We are still talking about best farming practices. I've been to many farm fields to see how they even start their land preparation. And the practices are not different to what we had in the days of our fathers. They are still burning the bush. And they are nobody even conducts a simple soil test before starting to cultivate either. And you now say, oh, this person bought this particular seed, he did well on his own farm. I have also bought it, and it's not giving me the same yield on that farm. So basically, innovation could come in terms of seeds, come in terms of technology. Technology, even we are talking of BT technology, biotech corn, which has been approved by the government. We have to see, we've seen what it has done with cowpea production. And I don't think we should also waste time to see how it will apply to maize, to the maize sector as well. Thank you.
Okay, before another question, just wanted to stress the point that engineer raised, saying that our farmers are not illiterate. That's exactly what it means. Our farmers are not illiterate. They are literate enough. They know everything. What we do in our station is that when we go to them, we tell them that we will come to share knowledge with them, not to teach them. We are not teaching them, we are sharing knowledge with them. They give us their own part, we give them our own part, the technological advancement or whatever. And another aspect that Haja said is that apart from pesticide application, there's one of the things that this company, even Bayer, is actively concerned about. Because in all our demos, I can remember right from the seed they give, if you come to planting, we have to have hand gloves. We give it to the farmer, or we teach the farmer that he must use hand gloves to take the seed, not with his own bare hands. That applies to when coming to spraying. When you are spraying, they came along with the complete spraying kit to showcase to the farmer that this is how it is being done. You wear gloves, you wear rain boot, you wear the kit and whatever to protect yourself and your family. That's one of the aspects that has been much stressed by this company, I know, and that's one of the aspects that has just stressed that our farmers should be actually concerned about. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mohamed Alaji Yusuf. I'm a soil scientist, field and commercial agronomist, and I work with Indorama LMA Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited. My question is actually to Mr. Innocent. I just want you to shed more light on this plant population you're talking about. One thing I want to get clear is this. If times 4 of this population will be brought to this hall, I don't think it's going to be conducive for all of us again. If times 4 of this population will be put into this hall, it's not going to be conducive again to all of us. Now, my question is this. You talked about increasing the nutrients. I don't think that is going to work. If you're going to reduce the plant, the spacing that you're talking about, okay, plant density actually is one of the factors that decrease the yield of these crops. Now, when you reduce the spacing, don't you think that might affect the yield? Because it's not just about the nutrient. That conducive environment is not going to be there again. So no matter how much nutrient you apply, I don't think you're still going to, get the yield. So please, can you just shed more light on that? Then you talked about the mistakes we farmers make about this soil phase and all that. Seriously, you made a very great point. That's the mistake we make as farmers. So, like in my company now, what we do is this. We make it free of charge for any farmer that want to conduct a soil test. We make it free of charge for you across the nation. Wherever you are, all you need to do is all our agents are there, the agronomists are there. Just apply and we'll give you free soil test. Thank you.
So we'll just take one more comment here and final.
Thank you very much. My name is Kelvin Monga, the farm manager for Pandagric Novam in Nasarawa State. I just wanted to help the man who was actually talking about plant populations. To be honest, I've been farming in Nigeria now for 3 years. And from what I've experienced is the higher the population, the more the loss you are likely to encounter. The reason is very simple. We have serious heavy downfalls as well as sudden gusts. The wind is too high, such that if your stems are not big enough, definitely you are going to lose your crop before its physiological maturity. To avoid that, I'll tell you, I have actually tested a number of varieties, a number of different varieties from different companies. Now I would want to talk about the variety which is being supplied by Bayer. In this case, we are talking about the DK777, which is a semi-cobbing variety. When I say semi-double cobbing variety, I mean it is capable of giving you 2 cobs. And if you are able to get the 2 cobs from one plant, there is no reason why you should not get 200 grams of grain per given plant. And when you go by that route, it simply means if you are at 50,000, already it actually translates that you can easily get your 10 tons. If you are slightly under that, let us say 160 grams per cob on bigger cobs, it tells you to say you will be actually above either 8 or slightly above 8. Now what drops our yield is not that the variety cannot give you that amount of yield. It's because of the agronomic approach. Those are the things that we need to take into consideration when it comes to maize production. Because maize production is a business and you need profit. The more money you put in, the more money you lose. Simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally, we just one final response and
let me answer them. You see, when we started, I said I'm going to be very practical here. And as I'm sitting down here, I'm seeing some people that have visited my farm for the past, let me say, since 2017. And they know what I'm saying is what I've done. There's not every crop you can use to populate your plant. You can only do that with hybrid seeds. And it's not every hybrid seed. I'm only going to measure only 2 hybrid seeds. DuPont Pioneer and DK. Those are the 2 hybrid seeds you can use to populate your crop. The reason why is that the other hybrid seeds that you have available in Nigeria and the OPV, their canopy are open. So when their canopy are open like this, you cannot populate it because you need sunlight directly to the crop. So the DuPont Pioneer and DK are maize that their canopy goes up. So with that, you can able to populate it. And look at the population level I'm telling you. That's what we call innovation. I only steal 5% from here, 5 centimeters from here, 3 centimeters from this place. I did not say, okay, I'm going to plant 20 centimeters by 30 centimeters. The book said 25 centimeters by 75 centimeters. So what I did is for me to take 5 centimeters from the 25 centimeters, I take it to 20 centimeters, then I take 5 centimeters from the 75 centimeters, I get my 70 centimeters. So I've increased it. And in doing that, I know definitely I'm going to be fighting with my nutrient because they are going to be dragging because the plants are more now. So they are going to be dragging for the same nutrient. So what do? I go for my chicken manure or I go for my cow dung. I put it in the soil so that the soil should also be enriched. Then instead of me to put, the book tells you that, okay, if you are doing 53,200 plant stand, you have to use 8 bags of fertilizer. So I know definitely I'm not doubling my distance. So I increase my fertilizer intake. So instead of me doing 2 applications, I do 3 applications. And moreover, let's understand this thing here. Everything we are dealing with, we are fighting against nature. Agriculture is the only business in this world as a primary production aspect that everything is against you. The sun is against you, the rain is against you, everything is against you. So your soil test here is different from your soil test over there. So you should be able to know all those dynamics. Like when my sir said the other time that our farmers are not knowledge and everything, what I was referring to that, our people, we always believe in this, that our forefathers were doing this thing, they planted during, like in the Kaduna Axis now, you find out that in Kaduna and Jos, you have to plant maize in May. You understand? So when you come to the central place, this Nasarawa and Abuja, you have to plant in June. Now, it's not even advisable for you to plant in June anymore because climate change is taking over. So if you want to be safe in that corridor, if you are using wet season rain, if you don't have irrigation, you have to use the whole of July to do your planting. These are research-based that I have done for the past 5 years. One thing we fail to understand, we need data. If you can collect data and you keep them, you work with data, definitely you get your result.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. And they have done the most remarkable job yet. It's been a very interesting session. Mr. Akpa, thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. He spoke rather passionately and incisively. Alhaji, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Mr. Kalinde Kaide, thank you very much, sir. And Innocent, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Please remember, very important, as they've all mentioned, information. We need to ensure that our people are given more information, and especially when it comes to implementation. We are Nigerians. We know how we behave. It don't mean anything is something we normally say. They say, fumigate in 2 weeks. They say, well, 1 week, the difference, it doesn't mean anything. So we need, but it means something, and eventually it will show in our harvest and in the yield. And also the ability, we need to capture more data and have it in a centralized position where data and research are often regularly interfaced with the farmers and the farming organizations, so that we're in step with what is happening and farming becomes more lucrative, so that people like myself in the nearest future can venture into farming as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we will be going for a short documentary at the moment, and after that we will have a short session with Bayer team. All right, are we ready?
Maize production is a significant contributor to Nigeria's economy, and the country has established itself as one of the largest producers of the crop in Africa, with over 33 million tons ahead of South Africa, Egypt, and Ethiopia, according to the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA. However, attaining high yields has posed a considerable challenge due to factors such as poor seed quality, weeds, pest infestation, and other factors, all of which have significantly hampered the realization of optimal crop output. There is a need to tackle the deficit in the maize value chain. That's where Dekalb maize hybrid seeds come in. Dekalb is a leader in maize seed technology, with a range of high-performance maize seeds that provide exceptional yields and quality. Dekalb varieties are high-yielding, drought and trigger-tolerant, and resist diseases such as leaf rust, maize streak virus, MSV, gray leaf spot, GLS, and diplodia. Dekalb hybrids are responsive to good management, and thus yields can be enhanced by adopting good agronomic practices. With Dekalb maize hybrid seeds from Bayer, Nigerian farmers can achieve the highest possible yield and crop quality, even in challenging growing conditions. Dekalb's innovative seed hybrids incorporate the latest technology combined with the latest agronomic services and techniques to maximize maize success across the country. Dekalb hybrid gives excellent performance and yield. With the support of our technical sales team, growers can be guided on products for the best return on their investments. With the Decarb maize portfolio, we are proud to offer maize hybrids that meet the demands of every farmer. From training and education to technical support and advice, Bayer is committed to helping Nigerian farmers achieve their goals. Join the thousands of Nigerian farmers who have already made the switch to Bayer Decarb and experience the difference it can make to your farm. Bayer, science for a better life, health for all, health for all, hunger.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome the Bayer team for the Decarb brand and Bayer Much More Maize Solution value proposition of Decarb. Welcome to the podium, Mr. Solomon Makinde, Seed Production Manager, Bayer. Please, you have exactly 5 minutes. Keep it brief. There's a microphone there.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will stand on the system protocol. So I'm the seed production manager of Bayer Nigeria Limited. I will just talk about maize and what we have as a solution that is, in our aim to solve the problem of maize challenge that we are having in the country. So we all know that maize is the most important grain crops in Nigeria, because the rate everybody is producing maize these days is alarming, and it calls for urgent attention to ensure that we solve the existing problem. What are those existing problems? The prices of maize in the market are mainly influenced by many indications, such as most of the time it can be as a result of under or overproduction. If it's underproduced this year, you will realize that the price will go up, and everybody will go into the production the following season, and you realize that the price will fall. So it's really been a major problem in terms of maize production. Then, looking at the soil that we have, the edaphic factor, we realize that the low soil fertility is really affecting yield of maize. And many people who want to plant hybrid maize, they try to get the seed, but for them to put the inputs becomes a problem. And you realize that there are instances where farmers get the fertilizer, they keep on adding the fertilizer into the soil, year in, year out. The soil is becoming acidic. The fertilizer you are putting in is becoming useless, and you realize that you plant, it has emerged, and maybe in a few weeks you realize that it's dying back. It's as a result of high acidic content in the soil. So what can we do to solve this problem is we need to lime the soil. As you are adding your fertilizer this year, the following year, try and lime the soil so that you neutralize the acidic content. We also have a poorly drained soil. All these put together, you realize that it's affecting the yield of maize drastically if we look at it. Our weather, most of the time, we cannot predict it. Don't know whether the rain is going to come tomorrow or is going to come in May or June. So this is really challenging to the maize production. We have excessive rainfall, and I can keep on mentioning over and over. We have so much of them. So what are the solutions? Hybrid is the solution, no question about that, and everybody here knows about that. And if we look at the hybrid, we realize that it has, we got the hybrid as a result of hybridization, crossing two or more parents together. So at this level, I will try and talk about the safe seed, because we'll see that some people will buy maize this year because it's expensive. He doesn't want to go back to that seed company the following year. So he will reserve seed and go and plant. So if you look at my pictures here, you will see that I have one parent here and I have the second parent. The hybrid is at the middle. So if you reserve your seed and plant it the following year, you will realize that it's going to segregate and it's going back to the parents that constitutes those, the hybrid. So I just want to use this opportunity to say that if you buy hybrid this year, try and buy it the following year. Don't plant the safe seed, because if you plant it, you are losing the money. Then I also want to encourage crop rotation as well, and soil cultivation, because if the soil is not well cultivated, you realize that the rooting system will not be very deep, and the anchorage will be problematic. So that is when you will see that you have your maize established and they are lodging. So you need to till the soil very well and ensure that you don't plant too shallow or too deep. If it's too shallow, you realize that it will struggle to come out, and by the time it comes out, maybe most of it will die before it comes out. And if it's too shallow, it will come out, the anchorage will not be there, and it will just be falling down. So we have the solution for the problem. And what is the solution? Is the decap. And if you look at the decap, you see that most of our hybrid, we registered them because of the stability, not only because they are high yielding. Stability in the sense that we were able to carry out a lot of trials across the country, not only the country, but the Africa. So we tried them and we registered them based on the stability. What I mean by my stability is that if it gives us maybe 5 tons in this environment, if you take it to another environment, it's not going to give you 1 ton. If it's going to drop at all, maybe little, maybe like 4 tons or something. So it's very stable across the environment. So the next slide, please. So we are promoting 2 hybrids currently. We have a number of them, but currently we are working on DK777 and DK818. If you look at those hybrids, and those that have planted them can testify to it, they are very adapted to southern and Guinea, northern and southern Guinea savannas in terms of stability, in terms of adaptability, in terms of their resistance to disease and pest. So this hybrid is very, very stable. Looking at it in the plant, on the field, you will see that they are very sturdy, they are hardy, and if the wind comes, at least it can still withstand the wind to the greater extent. So this hybrid is high yielding. They are intermediate maturing hybrid, and you can just give it a try and see how it's going to be. Give me the next thing. So, like I said, they are intermediate maturing, just like 120 days before it reaches relative maturity. The height is not too high, so that gives it an opportunity to withstand the wind when the wind is blowing, because it's not too high. And if you look at the cob, it's sizable. It's not too big and it's not small. Because if the cobs are too big, it will be too heavy for the plants, and when the little wind comes, you see that it's just drop off, and you lose a lot of it. So we tested those hybrid. We look at them against several diseases, and we realized that they perform very excellently. The yield is about 5.9 metric tons when it comes to the average yield. And when we want to look at the potential of this hybrid, it can go as high as 10 metric tons per hectare. So let me put some more explanation to this. When I say average yield, it means the different data that we collected across different production areas. So we realize that, okay, it can pull 5.9 metric ton if you do it rightly. But there are places where we also recorded this 10 metric ton. So meaning that we have not tapped the potential of this hybrid. If we are standing on 5.9 metric ton, it can still give us as high as 10 metric ton. So because of my time, this hybrid is, what I'm saying about the 777 is likened to what we have in 888. The only difference here is 818 is yellow hybrid, while DK777 is a white hybrid. Let me also emphasize on the state grain characteristics of DK777. This hybrid will reach physiological maturity. It will dry, and you will still have green leaves on the plant. So meaning that if you are rearing a cattle, you can harvest your maize and still feed the cattle with the stock. In terms of Striga Amontica, DK777 is a good hybrid. It tolerates the Striga Amontica. We did a lot of trial about this before it was registered in Mokwa, and we realized that this hybrid is a very good hybrid. The next slide, please. Well, so before I say thank you, I think I'm supposed to mention the way we should handle our seed when we purchase it, because the storage is very, very key. I realize some of our presenters have mentioned about it the other time. We don't just buy seed and keep it anyhow. We need to treat it as a human being, because it's actually living. So if you subject it to just anyhow environment, you realize that by the time you put in the investment, you go to the field, you plant, not only planting, you apply fertilizer, insecticide, herbicide, a lot of things. And at the end of the day, you realize that nothing is coming out of the soil. So this is very terrible. So we need to handle the seed very carefully. You don't buy your seed and drop it on the floor when you get home. Let it be on a platform. And it shouldn't be, it should be in an aerated environment. I mean, where the air is flowing, where the relative humidity is not too high. Because it's one thing to have a good temperature, it's another thing to have a high relative humidity. And high relative humidity deteriorates the seed faster than even high temperature. So we need to put all these things into consideration. Then you don't store your maize seed with herbicide, with fertilizers. I've seen people that packed everything together. Both seed and fertilizer, they stored them together in the same store. And when I asked, they said they are going to plant it the following season. I said, well, before you plant it, ensure that you do germination test. And by the time they did it, I think I was not too far from the truth. So we need to handle this thing very, very well. Thank you so much for your list.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Up next, we call Adeyemi Adeyemong, Key Account Manager Bayer on Bayer Maize CP's portfolio. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adeyemi. I'm just afraid the existing protocol may fall down, but I don't have a choice. I have to stand on it. So I'm also standing on existing protocol. And let me just continue from where my colleague has just rounded up his topic. He spoke on the seed. The seed is very good, but if it's not properly protected, we'll not get anything out of it. So on this note, I'm going to talk about what we have to protect our seed. And let me lay this background. Our interest is to improve the livelihood of farmers in Nigeria. So we are trying to take end-to-end of the crop. If you look at Bayer, we are not on every crop. We try to stay on the crops that we know we actually have expertise on. When it comes to cassava, I think we are number one. Maize, we have been driving maize with man, and we are also number one. So on this note, I will just talk about a few products that we can use for maize production that will guarantee maximum yield and good profits. And I'm very happy this platform, we have stakeholders and knowledgeable farmers in the hall. First, there's a new practice in land preparation now, which requires that you have to burn your field. Instead of using fire to burn the field, burn it with glyphosate. So on this note, we have Roundup. Next slide, please. We have Roundup Trouble and Roundup XL.
I will take time on Roundup because of the political issue and a lot of issues that has to do with Roundup. All of us are using glyphosate in Nigeria. We know what it is. This is the only original glyphosate in the world. Every other glyphosate is being diluted from Roundup. I'm saying it as an authority in this note. And when it comes to safety, you can find out the leather dose for Roundup is about 5,000 milligrams per liter before it can kill 50% of the rat in the house. In fact, if you take about just 1,240 aspirin, it's more poisonous than Roundup. So I'm just trying to say it's a very safe product and it's biodegradable. When you spray Roundup on the soil, it's only active on the leaves. It's just on the leaves and the back of a plant. And what does it do? It inhibits the formation of amino acid and some amino acid in plants who retarded their growth and which finally kill them. And when they are being broken down, they break them into nitrogen and some other nitrate and some other chemicals that are even beneficiary to the soil. So I just want to lay that foundation for it. Then the next slide we have Lagon, which is one of the most popular products, which is a pre-emergence herbicide. Now the world is discouraging the use of atrazine because most of our soil have been destroyed by atrazine because of the atrazine is not biograded, and when you use atrazine over a period of time, it forms like a ceiling under the soil, and they say the soil is no more good. So, but we have this chemistry. It's environmentally friendly and it's also biodegradable. And what the dosage you use is just very small. For maize, it's just 500 ml per hectare, and for cassava is 1 to 1.5 liter per hectare. And the advantage of this is this: some of us are experienced maize farmer. The first 6 weeks of maize is very important. Once weed does not compete with your crop in the first 6 weeks, then you are in business. If after first 6 weeks and you are now doing weed control, that's why I will go with my colleagues that the more you spend, the less your return in that case. But if you get it right from the beginning, using a good pre-emergence herbicide like Lagon, I think you are in business. So there's a new trend that came out. I think it started in 2015. Armyworm. Armyworm was not. We've never used insecticide, but these are the new dynamism and reality based on what some of these guest speakers talk about. We have to, climate change is coming on board, and armyworm just came like around 2015, and it's becoming a major problem to maize and a threat to maize production in Nigeria. A lot of things have been tried, a lot of chemistry, a lot of combinations. People have not gotten any result, but Bet Expert has been able to deliver result for us. And we have a lot of testimony. I'll share some picture. So I'll spend more time on armyworm. I'll just show picture. I don't want us to take time. I know we've been here for long. I will show pictures for us so that we know how to identify it. Then secondly, this plant, this insect is so small, but I'm telling you, you can lose 100% of your investment if it's not properly managed. That's why I will show this to you. Please, next slide, please. So this is the caterpillar. This is the armyworm at pupa stage. Next one. And this is how it damages the crop. I just want to show the stages because I don't want to go to biology as such, because for you to control any insect, you need to understand the biological cycle. But I just want to show this in picture. So these are the eggs. When you see it, they may not be too visible or the base. But what you realize whitish, pattish things on your leaves of maize. At that stage is the best time to control. Don't let us wait until when we see physical manifestation before we start controlling it. It's more economical and it's better. Next slide, please. So these are the 12 different stages. So now the control that we have seen. This is the feed before the control, 4 days after control, and look at it. Look at the treated feed with Bet Expert, and look at the untreated one. I think it's visible, and farmer will easily recognize this. So next slide. So we have another chemical. It's not new. This is not new. Our old farmers, our daddies and mommies know what disease is. It's tetrametrin. Any tetrametrin you see in the market, it's a, I don't want to say it's a counterfeit, but if it's not Panadol, then it is not Panadol. So it's disease. You know, we just introduce it to Nigeria. Disease should be what a paracetamol should be in a pharmaceutical store or a clinic. Every farmer should have tetrametrin, because any insect you see on your farm, before you diagnose, you know what it is, you use disease as a fire brigade approach. It's going to give instant knockdown, and this is so concentrated, it's 100 grams per liter. So it's from that this original tetrametrin that we have different hypermetrin and all sort of metrin that you can see in the market. But one good thing about Bayer is that when we write on a label, it is what is in the content, and it can do exactly what we say it will do. Thank you. So a new bride is coming, which has been as a result of feedback we get from farmer. Every farmer wants a post-emergence herbicide for maize and cassava. I'm sure if we bring this here, we will exhaust a trailer load of this product, because this is what everybody wants. We have been able to work with IITA, and we develop a new chemistry called Monsoon Active that has both post and early pre-emergence ability for maize and cassava. And you will say, what is important about this? By the way, you guys have been using different pre-emergence, post-emergence herbicide in the name of nicosofuron, 2,4-D, and all these things. From the little experience I have in maize, each time you use a post-emergence on maize, it shocks the maize, especially nicosofuron. And from data from research we have carried out, it can reduce the yield as high as 30%. Because it will first shock the maize, it will be later, it will struggle to regain its strength and survive. And you know the kind of crop maize is. It has its days. At a particular day, there's some morphological growth that should happen in the maize circle. If you use chemical to inhabit those periods, it definitely is going to have an effect on the maize. That's why this is the unique ability of this crop, that it doesn't shock the crop. It tackles the weed and the grass alone. And secondly, most post-emergence herbicides only work on broadleaf. It will not kill grass or anything that look like maize. But in this case, it's going to take care of all the broadleaf and all the grasses, and it's going to leave your maize and your cassava alone. In conclusion, I just want to use this to show you that we have end-to-end solutions. That is from window one, which is your pre-planting operation. During planting, we have good seed for you, we have Roundup for you, and we have Lagon. And this is a crop calendar that I can assure you, anybody that goes with this crop calendar is certain that is going to have much more maize. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the Bayer team. Right, now it's time for their cup relaunch and unveiling. And ladies and gentlemen, to perform this relaunch and unveiling, these fire extinguishers are not very comforting. Why are they closer to me? All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call upon the country manager, Bayer. Shall we welcome with a round of applause Mr. Temitope Banjo as he comes forward. Also joining him is Mr. Akpa Nalo, the National President, Poultry Association of Nigeria, and the representative of the Maize Association of Nigeria, President, the Vice. We would want him here also, the Vice President. Let him come forward. Mr. Kahinde Johnson, the Managing Consultant, KMB Agromix. We also want the Deputy General Manager, Nigerian Commodity Exchange, Dr. Mrs. Abdulaziz Khadija, and Alhaji Shehu Mohammed, lead farmer, all joining here for the unveiling and the relaunch of their cow.
champion, the lion is here.
Well, the camera, I think they are facing this, so if we could have one or two. You say? Okay, they say it should be on the side. Okay, some on this side and the other on that side, so that. Okay, I think some people on this side. All right, are we ready? He's doing that. Sir?
By the grace of God, I'm going to unveil the 8 wonders of the world. Yes.
Round of applause, please. The relaunch and unveiling of the car. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
On behalf of
please, can we have one house, please?
On behalf of stakeholders here present and the academicians and knowledgeable people on the field of agriculture, and we want to congratulate them for the wonderful book they are doing for sustaining agricultural production and maize in particular in Nigeria. We hope what is translated into this very product will be used judiciously. What we need, I have listened to experts discussing a lot of agronomic practices, but the question is, are we having enough extension services in Nigeria to disseminate this information? Because without knowledge, without extension services, all what we have had here and all what they have done, all the work they have done will go on vain. Because our focal point is the local farmer, our focal point. And thank God that they are in constant contact with our local farmers. What they did here, they did it based on research through our soil and other social and cultural activities before this reach here. So we want to congratulate them, and we also thank everybody for having a robust conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we can go ahead. No. So we'll be taking some photographs now. So right after this set, MAN officials, Maize Association of Nigeria officials, and the country rep of Bayer. Next, after this photograph, feed millers, will be taking the picture of feed millers and the country manager of Bayer. Feed millers, please. Hybrid feed millers, hybrid feed, please come and join them. Olam, please also come and join them. All right, next is farming organizations. Farming organizations will be taking their pictures next. Zoacell. Farming organizations like Zoacell, Integrated Farms, and other farming organizations, please come forward and for your photo session. OCP as well. OCP. Can you please come forward and join them for photographs? The flying farmer, can you please also come and join the photo session, please? Zoacell, please. Zoacell, can you please come join us here? Jerry Oche, please come and join us here, please. Thank you. Innocent, please come and join the photo session, please. Thank you. All right, ministries, government agencies, banks, financial institutions. Ministries, government agencies, banks, and financial institutions. Ministries, financial agencies. Dr. Mrs. Abdulaziz, I think we will still need you here because you are in more than one. Ministries, agencies, banks, and financial institutions, please come and join this photo session. All right, thank you very much, and that will be all. Congratulations to the Bayer team once again. Commercial farms, all right, commercial farms, please, all the commercial farms here, please come out and join us. The commercial farms, please. All right, all the commercial farms. Okay, they are coming. Commercial farms, please. Pan Agric, yes. Panda Agric, Panda Agric. The Bayer team, please. The Bayer team. The Bayer team. Bayer team. The Bayer team. Peter, please come and join the team here. All right, thank you very much, sir. All right, thank you very much. Up next, please can we remove some of these, at least this one on this side, so the podium, can we remove this so that the podium can be seen? You can leave the central one. Remove that one, you can, this one as well can go, then you can leave the Delta. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we'll be moving on to our next activity. And please, the music can go off now. Thank you. We'd like to introduce our fourth speaker on the role of Maize Association of Nigeria in supporting the maize value chain to increase productivity, and performing this task in the representing the president of the Maize Association of Nigeria in this particular assignment, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome to the podium with a resounding round of applause the National Coordinator, Engineer Bamidele, for this presentation.
Okay. Here. Oh, good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to stand on the system protocol. We want to appreciate Bayer for whatever we have achieved in maize production. Bayer, they are the major foundation. And because of that, they dress us well. We wore beautiful coats, beautiful agbada, and today, I can tell you authoritatively that Nigeria remains the largest producer of maize in Africa. It is the handwork of Bayer. There are so many things competing with maize production, particularly the nutrient, the weed. And since we started using lagoon, I can tell you for free that we have had this increase in production, not necessarily increasing the number of hectares. So, Bayer, on behalf of Mr. President and the Vice President and other executive member here, we say thank you. We are Oliver Twist. We continue to ask for more. And one thing, when other people have been talking about this, they have trained us so much. They train our farmers. They took us to so many places, and that is why we can tell you that at the tip of our fingers that Bayer, whoever wants to know more about Bayer, please take time to come to Man, and we will teach you what Bayer is all about. Thank you. Now, for the matter of the day. The beginning of the value chain is production. If there's nothing to produce, what are you chain? Where do you tie the, where do you anchor the chain? And because of what we have achieved through the help, the assistance, and the supply of the necessary input from Bayer, our production has increased per hectare. In 2005, the federal government invited Man for doubling of maize production. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture, we double maize from 7 million metric tons to 12 million metric tons. But today, Bayer, thank you. We are beating our chest that we have up to 20 million metric tons. We have maize in our warehouses. If you are a feed farmer here, if you don't have maize, please come to us. Mr. Vice President, sir, am I saying the truth? We have maize. Come to us. If you have a note from Bayer, we will consider, we give you first class treatment because you are coming from our Man. And because of this, we have been able to make this maize available to those who want it. The Poultry Association cannot tell us. We are telling them, I'm sorry that Dr. Anelo is gone. He knows me very well, that we have maize for poultry farmers. We have maize for poultry farmers. We repeat, we have maize for poultry farmers. But what we will not take is to cheat the farmer. We will not sell the maize to you at a giveaway price because farming is business. So we've been able, there have been an increase in some of the companies, this value chain, those who go into distribution of inputs because of what we have achieved. They have increased the number of companies. We have increased the number, we've created both direct and indirect jobs. In fact, we have so many other, we've been able to acquire mechanization equipment. It's not enough. If we want to make this thing, Bayer, we thank you. The last time we had a meeting with you, you talked on how to connect us with other companies who will help us to achieve more mechanization equipment. Ajia was talking my mind from the greatest problem of maize farmer is post-harvest losses. We know. And please, what we want you to do more for us is grading. Grading. If you see, you make more money when you have the high quality. When they tell you this is grade A, B, and C. So we want you to do this for us, and that will make make us to go more into partnership with Bayer. And all this will continue to make maize more available to the end users. We create more environment for input suppliers. We create more. We create an environment where more companies will spring up, both mini and larger companies. So all this, once we're able to produce, is just a long chain. I want to tell you for free that maize is the only crop that does not have a straight line of value chain. Rice, once you parboil it, you put it and cook, add stew. But I tell you, some people make maize soup, maize soup. Abi, we make agidi. They are all just branches, and those are where we have been so successful. We want to thank you on behalf of Mr. President and the executive member that are here. We say we are most grateful. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you very much. Please, another round. Right now, we'll go to the final speaker for the day, and after which we have the business-to-business meet and greet session, which is very important. Many of us wanted to. Okay, the business-to-business meet sessions where we will be introducing ourselves, meeting ourselves, people who probably have spoken and you had questions or you just want to connect with to introduce your business. This will be the session we would be doing that. So, but before we get to that, the final speaker for the day, which is the fifth speaker on hybrid seeds as a primary input. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we please welcome from the Farm Operations Manager, Panda Agric Novum, Kelvin Munga. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he comes to the podium?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kelvin Monga, the farm manager for Panda Agric Novum Limited. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my general manager, who is in South Africa today because of certain meetings that he needed to attend to. Thank you very much. Talking about the maize production. Maize production is a business. And any business a person takes, he needs to make profit. That's the only way you can succeed. Maize business starts with the seed selection. The seed that you take, it should be the seed that is viable, the seed that can germinate, and the seed that can grow. I've seen people have been making a lot of mistakes because they thought getting a cheaper seed from the market is the only way to save money. And that has been proven wrongly, in the sense that the seed that we buy from the backyard is the seed that its trait is not known. The seed that you do not know whether it was tested and certified to be a good seed. Most of the people, they have actually bought seed that is being recycled. And that kind of seed, I can assure you, if you are to get the yield, it will be yields that we are talking about. The 2-point-something hectares, I mean tons if you are lucky. And the reasons that are touched on to that are the challenges that we have seen. I remember when I came in Nigeria in 2020, I was told in Nigeria we do not have diseases that affect maize. That is what I was taught. And the person that told me was a person actually who was in farming. He was doing a farming business. But when I arrived, I looked at the plants that were still in the growth stage by then. I noticed that we had numerous diseases on those plants. The problem which was there is how to identify between a plant that has got a disease and the plant that is healthy. So those are agronomic factors that a person has to actually venture in. But before then, I would want to quickly run you through the maize protocol. I know a lot of things has been said by so many speakers. They spoke about diseases. They spoke about seed quality. They spoke about the planting. Certain factors that affects the maize germination. You need to make sure that there is actually soil-seed contact. What do I mean by soil-seed contact? I'm just to clear certain points that were just mentioned and they did not actually tell you why. The soil-seed contact will make actually the seed stay where it is moist. Because for it to germinate, it needs moisture. And apart from that, there's also what we look at. When a seed is planted, we look at its germination vigor. If you plant it too deep, as earlier mentioned by most of the speakers, if the vigor cannot allow it to pull through, it will actually bend and start growing downwards. As a result, the germination will be termed as poor germination. So, all what you need to do when it comes to another crop apart from maize, you have to be precise. That's when the precision farming comes in. You need to set your machines. In this case, we are looking at farmers that are actually into serious business that they use machines. In precision farming, we make sure that the amount of fertilizer that you apply should be applied at the required depth. And it should be the correct amount. And how do you tell that? You need to have a machine that is properly calibrated, that is properly set when it comes to depth seed deposition. If that is done, then we come and look at the biotics and abiotics. The reason why you need to look at the biotics is that you need to know which diseases affects the maize. Which pests? They talked of armyworm. How do I control the armyworms? I have planted my maize in a field which has got nematodes. How do I overcome? We have got different nematodes. You have soil nematodes. You have got root nematodes. How do you overcome such problems? You need to know as a farmer. One of the speakers actually mentioned to say you need to actually check the pH of the soil, because we apply chemicals in these soils. It's not only fertilizers. There are a lot of chemicals that actually changes the formulation of your soil. And if that is not done, you do not do your soil tests, there's no way in which you can actually control or push up your yields. I come from a farm where we produce maize above 6.5 tons per hectare. And I'll tell you to say it's not numbers of the plants that I put in the field. There are a lot of factors that I have to take into consideration. And among those factors, I have to make sure that my fields are free from weeds. Because weeds will not only take the nutrients that you have put in the soil, it will also harbor certain insects and diseases. So to stop that, you should try by all means to make sure that your fields are clean. How do you clean your fields? If you have got a vast land, some people are talking of thousands of hectares. Would you manage to hire people and go in with a hoe to try and weed? Of course not. And there's a solution. Bayer came in with a solution. They told us about chemicals that would control the weeds. In this case, I would want to emphasize, because it's something that I have experienced. Buying chemicals from backyard will not help you. I know the prices are very low, just because someone would want to make a living. Any serious farmer should be looking at the branded chemicals. Why should you look at the branded chemicals? You need protection. You need to be protected. In my case, I'm using the money which is not mine. And I have promised the owner of the money to say I'm going to multiply it. And if I went to the backyard, got the chemical, which hasn't got the correct concentration, it hasn't got the correct active ingredient, a non-branded chemical, how do I explain and justify my excuse to the owner of the money? It becomes very, very difficult. It is a reason why I said no, I would want to go in with the hybrids. Because the hybrids, there are seeds that have been tested, there are seeds that its trait is known. I know the diseases that would easily affect it and focus my concentration on that right. I know where the variety is weak. There's no variety that would stand all the challenges that we have. Some varieties would be actually strong on maybe the brights. In this case, we are talking, when you talk of diseases, I know there have been a belief that in maize you can only have fungal diseases. We forget that there are bacterial diseases, things that you might not even control. There are viral diseases. I know that you might know. We have got maize streak virus, which is a viral disease. So we need to know, because at the end of the day, all these diseases, they have got actually serious role to play when it comes to yield reduction. Apart from that, the hybrids will not only give you an indication on certain things that need to be done, it will also assures you. It is an assurance. It is the insurance that you put in on someone's face to say, if actually you did this, I'm going to do that. So it assures you for a good yield. When I was trying to help one of the speakers, I actually indicated on how you can look at the yields. Normally, yields, we look at the sizes of cobs. When you know the size of a cob that plant can carry, it will actually determine, justifies the number of plants that you need to put per hectare. The lesser the number of plants per hectare, the higher the possibility of you getting a bigger crop. And the higher you are likely to actually have a stock that can stand the heavy winds. Insect damage. Insect damage has to be monitored. It is a serious loss when it comes to damages that are caused by insects. And we need to know at what stage you need to actually control which type of insects, because they vary from germination, actually before germination, to about harvesting. And when it comes to insect damage or pest damage, you need to know how dense your kernel is, because some of these varieties that you plant, they have got actually less density in terms of if you want to store your crop. So you have to make sure that you understand how long you want to store it, and you need to know on how you would want to actually release it. I think I've run out of time. If there's anyone with a question, I think we'll hear if at all there will be time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? All right, while we're, just give a few minutes for that. There's a car Toyota Camry, white, BWR292. See, you are obstructing another vehicle. Please go move the vehicle. Toyota Camry, white Toyota Camry, BWR292. Thank you. All right, if there is no questions, I think we will now move to the next section. So at this point in time, I'd like to call on the country manager to wrap up the session. Please welcome him with a round of applause as he comes once again. Thank you very much, sir. All right, so I'm informed that the business to business meet and greet, we would have each company, just one person from each company come up in 2 minutes or less, introduce your company, what you do and what your offering is, so that everyone can get to know you. And those who are interested can speak with you afterwards. That's how we would like to handle it, please.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Femi Omagoye. I work with livestock feeds. I'm a processor. And I'm actually interested in this group. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
My name is Muhammad Alaji Yusuf, a soil scientist, field and commercial agronomist. I work with Indorama LMA Fertilizers and Chemicals Limited. We are into sales and supplies of all kind of fertilizer. Right now we have urea and NPK. We don't only stop there, we also train farmers on the best agronomic practices. We also offer them free soil test anywhere in Nigeria. You can just make request, I'll make it free of charge for you, at least to uplift our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yotim Yokase. I'm the head of dairy and forage production at Integrated Dairies Limited, Jos Vom, producers of farm fresh products. We at Integrated Dairies run a serious value chain. Every year we crop no less than 120 hectares of maize, but the value chain is such that that maize at about 32% dry matter is highly mechanized. We use forage harvesters to churn it into silage for feeding our cattle, which we manage throughout their lifespan. That silage is ensiled without oxygen and is a major roughage for dairy farms. The kind of breeds, it might interest you, that we have at Integrated Dairies is the Friesian cows. The first batch was introduced into the country from Netherlands since 1986, and we carry out serious breeding activities in terms of artificial insemination and the rest of them. We produce their feed in terms of pastures. We harvest the pastures into silage in terms of grass silage, maize silage, hay for commercial, for sales, and also for feeding the cows. We milk the cows, process them, transport to different locations in this country. We have a depot in Lagos, even here in Abuja. We have a sales teams in Kano that serve the northern axis. At a point we're even going up to Maiduguri. At the current, we are the best in West African sub-region. And we actually intend to do more. If you have business with us, we are glad to have you in our midst. In fact, Bayer has done a lot. We have some representatives here that will be meeting there. We need a lot of fertilizers and even inputs. Some of our inputs, we actually get them from Bayer. When they started, we started with them even at the experimental level when they introduced Lago into this country. There's no year that we don't buy their beta experts, which is actually a solution for our armyworms. We calibrate our equipment properly before we use. So if we're using any product and it's not actually done professionally, you would think you are not getting the result. I think I will stop at this juncture. If you have any more questions at the one-on-one, you can meet us. I'm here with Maize Adeyemi, so we can solve your problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all right.
Thank you very much. My name is Usoro. I'm from Panda Greek Novum Limited. I'm actually their precision agricultural manager. What we do is we produce maize at about, we have close to 4,500 hectares of maize. We produce maize and we also buy maize. So I will not take much of your time. We buy maize and we buy soya beans for our feed production. Actually, we produce poultry feed, Supreme Feeds. You all know about it. So if you have maize and soya beans for sale, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, please come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Isakoto. I work for Nesal PLC. It's a CBN agency. We're responsible for ensuring finance flows into the agricultural value chain. So we work with different stakeholders to improve the value chain and also livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Mustafa Atura. I'm coming from Olam Agri. I'm the Vice President at the Integrated Feed and Protein Business. So like other feed millers that you heard, we are into feed milling, corn being a very important ingredient for that. I was very happy to hear we have maize, and we are looking for that maize, and we'll be happy to continue have the supply of maize till the end of the season. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
So my name is Sylvester Agobai. I work with a grant series. I'm also a processor. Just to lend my voice to what Mustafa also said, we look up to you to get value maize at a very good cost, and we also want to partner with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone? Okay.
My name is Inaligwe Chija Godwin, representative of Nella Global Limited. We produce grain. We have other varieties, but I'm happy that I have partners here because most of the grain we produce, we sold it to companies in Enugu. But here I have the opportunity to align with other partners, which will give it a better turnover. Thanks.
All right, we have one more. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerry. I work for Zoacell. Basically, we are a sustainable commodity marketplace. We enable farmers to trade their commodities and also buy inputs. So we hope Maize Association will be trading Bayer's maize, and we'll have both online and offline locations. So we'll have very strategic remote locations nationwide where farmers can go in and pick up the commodity. So we'll be a major player in trading the maize, and also of trading the seed, and also of taking your commodities. Already we work with the big players, Olam, Grand Series, and so many of them. So we're able to do that connection so that you can focus and do your production while we take up the marketing for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. My name is Femi Adekoya again, and they call me the Flying Farmer. I am the founder of Integrated Area Precision and also the country rep for International Society for Precision Agriculture. So at Integrated Area Precision, we are actually empowering farmers with drone technologies, okay, to allow them farm smarter, better, and more productively. So our solutions include crop monitoring. As you have planted your maize, you want to actually get the inventory of your crops. We can help you to actually scout what's the number of plants you have. You can scout for diseases easily, no matter how many hectares you plant in. 1,000 hectares, drones can actually easily help you take this data. You can be able to know the health of the crop, and much more, you can be able to spray against particularly the enemy of maize, which is fall armyworm. There's a study even with Bayer already in Ghana, and we are trying to actually establish this with Bayer in Nigeria. This is actually me proposing, and we want to actually bring this solution to farmer using drone technology. You have been using knapsack sprayer or your heavy machinery. When there is rain, you cannot actually go into the farm. But with drone technology, there is no actually mud, all right? And with knapsack sprayer, you might be actually spending one day to apply better spots, a day, 1 hectare of land. But with drone technology, in 15 minutes, we are done with this. So these are many solutions that we are actually bringing to the Nigerian market. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. So after, this will be the last one for now.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Haruna Usman Malgui from Agric Business Department, Unity Bank. We provide financial services to all our clients. Any interested member can come and meet me and have a discussion on his project, see the possibility how we can be able to finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hassan Kesho from Man, Kebbi State. I've been the consultant with Bayer for almost 5 years. All their demos, all their experiments, the Market Storm, all of them who have been together. We know how people are going about looking for chemicals or products from Bayer. Actually, Bayer have boosted agriculture in our area, Kebbi State and Sokoto in general. People are aware of the existence of all this. In fact, Bell Ag Expert now is the main product after Lagoon. People are looking for it very well. I hope this season farmers will be able to use Bell Expert and the Calb. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Kende Johnson. I'm the managing consultant for K&B Agro Mix, and I've had varied experience in seed production with Monsanto, and I'm now into private agribusiness consultancy, offering advisory services to agri companies for people who want to set up, and also we are into environmental management in terms of environmental impact assessment, audits, and stakeholder management. If you have a business and you want to identify all the critical stakeholders that can assist your business to grow, we'll be able to do a stakeholder mapping, identification, and engagement plan for you to enable you reach out to the right people to support you. Thank you very much. Grateful. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would like to thank you very much for being part of this year's session. I'd like to call on the... I'm informed there's one more person. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Munza Mbima from Hello Tractor. Hello Tractor, we are a solution provider for mechanization, and we have technology that helps in the sharing and management of tractor fleets. So if you have a tractor that you want it to be profitable, we have technology that can help you to monitor where the tractor is, what it is doing, how it is making money. And then there are other services also we provide. If you need more answers, if you have more questions, I'm open to taking your questions after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, shall we please welcome to the podium the country manager of Bayer, Mr. Temitope Banjo. Shall we welcome him with a round of applause as he winds down this year's conference?
I want to use this opportunity to say a big thank you to all the participants at this program. We started well, and I can confidently say we have ended well. We thank God Almighty for His mercy, for letting us start this program and ending well. I want to say thank you to Maize Association of Nigeria, being our partner in progress for the past 5 years. I want to say thank you to our consultants that came in and gave presentations. I want to say thank you to our feed millers. Having a background in feed milling, I've actually worked for Grand Cereals before joining Bayer. And we've been taking advantage of the experience. We know the problems that the feed millers are going through. And then, of course, being on the other side, I know the problems that the maize farmers also have. So the idea came, now why don't we bring the farmers and the users together? And that's what led to today's conference. I'm happy that we have met. I want to assure you that this is a relationship that will last very long. It is our first time of bringing off-takers and farmers together. Like I mentioned in my opening speech, the past 4 editions was very, very scientific, teaching farmers on how to farm profitably. We treated diseases and the rest. But I think now is the time for us to do business. And we are in business from this moment. Hello, tractor is here. Man with the maize. Actually, man has maize. I'm telling you. So we need to meet with them and mop up what they have. We need to take advantage of their structure and reach more farmers. We need to take advantage of their size to be able to reach more smallholder farmers around Nigeria for us to be able to achieve sustainability in maize production in Nigeria. I want to thank Nasal. Nasal has been an old friend. We've been working with them for years. Nasal, they've been supporting of farmers, and we appreciate them. We appreciate Integrated Farms. We are cousins in Jos. I appreciate every other person that took their time to come around to take part in this program. Olam, most especially, we're happy that you are here. Livestock, hybrid feed too was here. Grand Cereals. I hope you take advantage of this platform to achieve whatever objective you have set for yourself. Alaji, thank you very much for taking time from Kano to join us in this program. And I want to say thank you to the Bayer team, the ever reliable, ever dependable, ever aggressive Bayer team for making this happen. Abiodun, Joseph, Thelma, and the rest of the colleagues, they have done very, very well. Next year, we promise that it's going to be hotter than this. So, on behalf of the management and staff of Bayer Nigeria Limited, we want to declare the 5th edition of the Nigeria Maize Conference closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will quickly be taking some photographs. I'll call on all the speakers now, all the speakers to join the Bayer country manager, all the speakers for the various sessions, all the speakers who have come out to speak. All the speakers will come out then. Okay. Okay, I think you can end. All right, the speakers still remain. The country manager will just sit down briefly. No, the speakers remain. You will take another photograph of just yourselves. All right, next will be the panelists. The panelists, the members of the panelists, and... Oh, Mr. Innocent is gone. All right. And 2 of the panelists are gone. So you'll take quickly and the country manager will join you. You take both of them quickly. And right. Thank you very much. The Bayer team and the country manager. The Bayer team and the country manager, please come. The Bayer team and the country manager, please. We still have, I think at this point in time, as many of us, the Nassau team, please. The Nassau team, please, you can come. The Nassau team, please come up, and the man team, please prepare for the okay. All right, the feed millers next. All right, man team, please. Man, Maize Association of Nigeria, your photograph session with the country manager, and after that, the feed millers will have their photographs. Thank you very much. The feed millers, please, feed millers. Supreme feeds, please. Supreme feeds. Supreme feeds. Please, there is lunch after this, so please wait for the lunch. Yeah. There's lunch afterwards, so you please wait for your lunch.